Back in the early 1990s, I worked in an old movie theatre in Worcester, Massachusetts. It was a beautiful old building at heart. Or rather, what remained of its former glory was beautiful. It had been built in 1926 as the Poly Palace, a 2,500 seat vaudeville and movie venue. It was purchased by Showcase Cinemas in 1959 and modernised. As an assistant manager, I had keys and free access to every nook and cranny of the building. I explored it for hours, from the creepy basements littered with old newspapers and pieces of crystal wall, sconce and other debris, to the ceiling above the auditorium, and the remnants of an old music store and a ballet studio walled off and forgotten on the second floor. There was even an abandoned bathroom in the old manager's office where, in the 1940s, the managers were tied up at gunpoint during a robbery. I loved that building and I was completely obsessed with it. There were all kinds of stories and rumours. I went to the public library and dug up every old newspaper article that I could find. There was a rumour that a stagehand had been killed there in a fall. I was never able to find any corroborating newspaper articles or other substantiating evidence, however. One day, my mother called me and said she had met a woman at work who claimed to have psychic abilities and would get feelings about things. My mother, knowing of my obsession, asked her if she had ever seen the Showcase Worcester, as it was then referred to. My mother told her that it was reputedly a haunted building, and that I had been trying to determine if a stagehand had actually ever been killed there. She told my mother, "I get the feeling it was someone with a name that begins with the letter M." I thought that was pretty funny, and I laughed it off. I've never believed in so-called psychics or their claimed powers. Sometime later, I was the sole manager on duty on a slow weeknight. The 7 o'clock shows were in, and I was lounging in the basement offices that had been a large men's room in the building's earlier incarnation. The office phone rang. It was the cashier at the box office, and she said there was a call for me on the main line. I thanked her and hit the button to pick up the waiting call. As soon as I picked it up, my ear was assaulted by a loud electronic squealing and static. "Hello?" I said. "Hello." A man's quiet voice, deep, calm, nothing else. Just the one word and then silence. Well, the voice was silent. The line continued the tortured electronic squealing and rasping. I said again, "Hello?" "Hello," the voice answered again, just as calm, nothing else. Confused, I said, "Who is this?" A pause, more static squeaking. Then, "This is Mike." Flat, monotone, devoid of any discernible emotion. Mike who? The line abruptly went dead. I called the cashier over the intercom and asked who had called. She said that they didn't really identify themselves to her, but the caller had asked me for me by my name. They didn't call back, and these were in the days before caller ID. Mike is a common name, and there were two Mikes on staff at the theatre, but I didn't recognise the voice, and both later confirmed that they hadn't been the caller. The odd squealing didn't reoccur either. At some point shortly after I made the call, I remembered the psychic's "someone with a name beginning with the letter M" statement. Who knows? Could have been a prank. If so, it was successful, because here I am 30 years later, still puzzling over that one. This was the summer of 1984. It was twilight and I was walking around a suburban neighbourhood in Shrewsbury, Massachusetts, with Frank, Keith and Brian. When we were bored teenagers, we would just kind of wander around the local neighbourhoods in the evenings. Mostly we stayed out of trouble. Pretty sure the statute of limitations on any pumpkin smashing or pool hopping activities has mostly expired by now. Anyway, back to that one night in the summer of '84. We walked down Grafton Street and up that cul-de-sac where Dean lived with her family. We cut between the houses into the forest area behind there. It was an area known as The Path. It was an area of probably 5 acres of very densely vegetated forest, surrounded by single-family houses and municipal buildings. There were a few small freshwater streams that ran through it. Some of it was a very swampy area. We loved playing in there, but we were always warned about dangerous things in there. We'd find empty beer bottles, weathered porno magazines, evidence of parties. The adults cautioned us about the bee ruggies, weirdos. Not sure why. Looking back, we were probably the most dangerous things in there. But that one night, we were cutting through people's yards as it was getting dark. We didn't have a flashlight, just a disposable butane cigarette lighter, and it was empty. So that was our only source of light. It was very dark, and we had to cross a stream to get to a rudimentary path of the other side. It was a way that a lot of us used to walk to school, but all the kids in the neighborhood grew up and the area was completely overgrown now. Single file, we crossed the stream while I flicked the lighter. We had to cross on a narrow log by the quick flashes of the lighter. Frank, Keith, and I had crossed the stream onto the path and were waiting for Brian. Simultaneously, Keith and Frank and I noticed that there was a figure on the path, literally a few feet away from us. A perfectly silent, still, dark figure. Standing on the completely overgrown path in the woods at night, with no light. Keith was the first to speak. Holy shit, there's someone standing right there. He was right. There was someone there. It was an undeniable presence. My impression was that the figure was darker than the night around it. The outline suggested some sort of hat with a wide brim, like a farmer hat, kind of. My other impression of the figure was that as I looked at it, it didn't seem to move, but it did change somehow. Frank, Keith, and I turned and ran. We left Brian slipping on the log in the darkness, trying to cross a stream in pitch blackness. Sorry, Brian. I think he's good too these days. Good guy. We sprinted through the thick weeds and saplings until we reached the asphalt-paved strip through the woods, between the housing development and the elementary school at the other end. We stood under the streetlight on the path, panting and catching our breath, and waiting for Brian to catch up. He never saw it. We excitedly discussed what we had just seen. Our descriptions matched, and Keith even said, when I was looking at it, it kind of changed. I still keep in touch with Frank, and every now and then, we'll talk about how weird that was. Sometime in the late 1990s, my at the time fiance and I were visiting Savannah, Georgia. We were staying in a really nice historical bed and breakfast. It was in a beautiful old house on one of the squares that were part of the original city plan. I believe that the house was built in 1868. It was filled with beautiful antique furniture and fixtures. The innkeeper, Annette, was a friendly, engaging host and graciously chatted with us about Savannah in general and the house in particular. She said there were occasional unexplained occurrences, some of which had occurred in the room where we were staying. In the bathroom was a claw-footed bathtub with a shower set up. One morning during our stay, I finished my shower and stepped out of the tub, caught sight of my reflection in the mirror, and was shocked and frightened by what I saw. The mirror was lightly fogged, and through some trick of the light caused by the condensation on the glass, the reflection of my eyes caused the pupils to appear several times larger than they actually were. The effect was an image of myself with malevolently dark black eyes. It caused me to jump and my heart started pounding. It was like looking in the mirror and seeing a demon. I quickly got over my shock as I realized that it was just an odd effect that was apparently caused by the moisture droplets condensed on the surface of the glass. But it was a puzzling and frightening effect. I called my wife into the bathroom and she witnessed it as well. We tried to puzzle out exactly what was causing just the pupils to appear large and black, while the rest of the reflections were normal. It was a really strange effect that I've never seen before or since. Savannah is supposed to be a very haunted city, There are countless ghost stories in various locations there. Has anyone ever seen a fogged mirror distort the reflection of your eyes in the way that I described? I used to own a house in central Massachusetts. It was built in 1901, a half-rotten Georgian colonial on a main road. I was foolish to buy it, but I was only 25. It was a romantic wreck. The previous owners were a family that had lived in town for a long time. I'd never really met the guy, but I remember him from the time I accidentally hit his son in the gut really hard with a thrown baseball bat. I was 10 and he was pretty old then. So we ended up buying his house after he died. There were a bunch of antiques and stuff. We found a beautiful Hohner accordion in a dingy old case in an attic cubby. We knew his name, Victor, and would talk about him often. Mostly because of his frugal slapdish repairs and so-called home improvements. So regardless of any potential spiritual presence, his legacy was forefront in our lives, and we were constantly cursing Victor and his nightmarish idea of handymanism. Strange things were perceived in the house. Apparitions and whatnot, but not by me. It was kind of fun to believe. We bought this little device that allows you to make any electrical incandescent lamp into a touch lamp. The novelty of that was that by plugging the device into the 120 volt electrical wall socket, and then the lamp into the device, that you could now control the lamp just by touching it. Not only could you turn the lamp on and off just by tapping any metal part of the lamp, but it was also dim it successfully through different brightness levels. Spiffy. One night, we were watching TiVo in the next room. The house was dark and we just had the light on the TV. Suddenly, the hallway lit up with light from the bedroom, which was the next room over. The bedroom touch lamp had come on by itself. I got up from the couch, walked into the bedroom, and tapped the lamp to cycle it back to the off position. I went back to the living room and sat down on the couch again. Very shortly after that, the bedroom lamp turned on again. But it didn't stay on. It began to very quickly cycle, dim, medium, bright, off, over and over, rapid fire. My wife, or fiancée or whatever she was at that point, and I looked at each other. I was a bit scared because it had never before exhibited anything like this rogue, autonomous behaviour. Trying to be funny, I yelled out, "Victor, knock it off." Instantly, the light went off, and it stayed off. That was the only time that happened. We ended up disconnecting it shortly after that out of fear that it would happen again, perhaps in the wee hours when we were fast asleep. Nope, bye-bye. So yeah, it was probably a defective touch lamp switch device. Still scared the butterally out of me that night. It was one thing for the light to start controlling itself, but to stop the instant that I called out the ghost's name, I sure don't miss that house. I lived in northern Maine during my senior year in high school. It's rural and a very different lifestyle than I was used to. My father bought a very old and small farmhouse along the border with Canada. The house was a 2-story wood frame with a sad porch, peeling paint and a connected barn that was falling down. It was a depressing, creepy house with small rooms and an abundance of flies, spiders, and in the fall, many ladybugs. In the no longer used outhouse in the barn, we found a ratty, full-length bearskin coat. My father thought it was some sort of treasure, but I found it disturbing. The stairs to the barn loft were heavily chewed by porcupines, especially on the corners where they could easily bite. There was no actual central heating in the house. This is in one of the coldest areas of the country, where temperatures would drop to -30 Fahrenheit in the winter. In the basement, there was an enormous wood-burning stove that had been fabricated by a former owner. Managed properly, it would heat the entire house, sort of. I got used to being cold all of the time. I was always uneasy in that house. After we had been living there for a while, my father and his girlfriend would mention that they would have these strange experiences. They'd be lying in bed or on the couch and feel what they thought was a cat walking across their feet on top of the blankets. When they looked down, there was nothing there. They both mentioned it on several occasions, and it became a recurring theme. They would report that it would often happen when they were asleep, and sometimes it would be something touching their head or their hair. One time my father was sitting on the toilet and felt something cold firmly press against his bare thigh, or so he said. During the winter sometime, my father mentioned at dinner one evening that he had seen a figure in the early morning hours that day. He had awakened in the night and was startled to see a woman standing next to his bed. She was leaning close to him and just looking at him. When he woke up, she moved away and stood by the window looking out at the dooryard. Then she faded away. It was just beginning to get light outside, and he could see her from the faint pale light coming in through the window. He described her as a woman around 35 or 40 and wearing a long dress. A little while after I had moved away and gone back to Massachusetts, I got an excited call from my friend Jennifer in Maine, who I knew from high school. I had told her at some point about the odd things that were happening in the house. She had been talking to someone on the day she called me, and somehow I came up in the conversation and the guy she was talking to said, "Oh, the house you used to live in is haunted. My cousin lived there several years ago. She said that you'd be lying in bed at night and you'd feel someone touch your hair." That independent corroboration freaked her out, and she couldn't wait to tell me about it. I felt the phantom touch once too, I think, on my feet. But what was really the extent of it? Other than the awful, creepy, depressing aspect of the entire house, I would be home alone a lot there, and even in the daytime, I would get scared in that house. More than 20 years later, I returned to the area while on vacation with my wife. I wanted to see the house again and show her where I had lived, so we drove the 12 miles south from Hulton on US 1 to Wilcox Settlement Road. The house was still there, but it had gotten even creepier. Most of the siding had been torn off in an apparently abandoned project to add insulation to the thin walls. There was junk strewn about. An old battered pickup truck sat in the dooryard. It made me feel so sad to see the house in even worse condition than it was in when I had lived there. We started at the house from the road where we had stopped. The car was idling in gear at the end of the driveway as we were taking in the scene. Where the house had seemed forlorn in 1987, in 2006 it had become an eyesore. The house had always seemed to me like a place where bad things might happen to someone, and because it was in a quiet, sparsely populated and densely forested place, those things and the person they happened to might be forgotten, or at least never mentioned again by the terms of the silent agreements on familial shame. Suddenly, a movement in the dooryard caught my eye. There was a man standing between the pickup truck and the front door, and he was watching us. I couldn't believe that we hadn't seen him. A disheveled, overweight man in a brown outdoor jacket. He was smiling and nodding his head slowly and waving his arm in a sweeping, beckoning motion, encouraging us to come closer. He didn't approach us or look at us with suspicion. He was silent, just nodding, smiling, beckoning. "Come closer. That's right. Come closer." I pressed the gas pedal to the floor and sped off. The road more or less dead-ended a short ways down where the pavement petered out. I knew this, but had kind of driven off in a panic and had to turn around and drive past the house again. I don't remember seeing the man on the second pass, or even if we looked. I don't know why he was waving unexpected out-of-staters into his dooryard in the waning daylight, but at the time, I assumed that it had something to do with making sausages and grimy meat pies. Maybe it's not a place itself that's bad. Maybe it's that a place gets marked with an indelible psychic stain that becomes smeared and darkened with repeated abuses and horrors. A depression in which negative feelings and energy pool and swirl and engulf those who come in contact with it. I feel that it was already darkly stained when we arrived, and while we were there, it became darker still. I don't know what it would take to erase stains like that. Sometimes you visit a place from your past seeking catharsis, but all it does is scare off the scab and rubs dirt in the wound. I'll never visit that place again, but I don't think it will ever leave me. When I was married and lived with my wife in an old Georgian colonial house in central Massachusetts, we had some strange experiences there. This is a story about a few similar encounters that occurred in our bedroom at night. One night, I awoke and saw faint movement next to me and saw that my wife had her left arm raised and was waving it slowly back and forth, pivoting at the elbow, her hand dangling limply at the wrist, slowly back and forth. It was dark in the room, but I could clearly see the silhouette of her arm and hand dangling there. It startled me, and I was a little frightened by it because sleep waving is not a thing that I'm aware of. I softly said, "What are you doing?" She didn't respond, so I reached out to touch her arm. There was nothing there. My heart leaped, and I felt around on the blanket. I could clearly feel her arm underneath the blanket, which was pulled up over her shoulder. Her arm was extended at her side. I don't remember if I woke her up and told her then or waited until morning, but she was a bit puzzled and disturbed by it. Another night, I was awakened by her wide-awake sounding voice saying, "What are you doing? What's wrong?" I was annoyed, since what I had been doing was sleeping soundly. I answered to that effect, and she made a startled exclamation and hurriedly snapped on a bedside lamp. I was befuddled and irritated. "What are you doing?" I asked her. She looked frightened and explained that she had woken up and saw me sitting upright in bed next to her, motionless in the dark. When she spoke to me and my voice came from where my head was, resting on my pillow, she was terrified. That's when she snapped on the light and saw it was just me, lying flat on the bed, not sitting up. She said that she saw the figure was where I was, as if it was someone sitting right where I was lying in bed. One time, I was jolted awake by a scream and my wife scrambling onto my side of the bed, half climbing onto me. She was seriously frightened and in a panic. She turned on the light and was panting in a quavering voice, told me that she had opened her eyes to see a man standing next to the bed staring at her. He leaned in suddenly, his face stern and hostile. He moved aggressively and put his face right up to hers. That's when she scrambled away from him and onto my side of the bed. One night, something else happened. We had turned out the lights but hadn't yet gone to sleep. I heard distinct loud sounds like footsteps from the attic. 4 or 5 rapid clomping sounds followed by a slam, like a door closing. I lifted my head off the pillow. I wondered silently, was that coming from the attic? Who's up there? I listened quietly. A few seconds later, the sequence repeated, clomp, 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 thud. We both sat up quickly, wide awake. What was that? We jumped out of bed, turned on the lights, and went into the hallway and opened the door to the attic stairs. Silence. I turned on the light and went up into the attic. Nothing. No one there, of course. I knew there couldn't be anyone there. Nevertheless, I checked the 3 attic rooms and the closets and crawl spaces in the eaves. Nothing. It sounded very distinctly like a man walking in hard-soled shoes from room to room and slamming the door behind him. This was the only time we heard anything like that. Later, we did find out that the attic had a family of flying squirrels living in one of the eaves. I eventually caught 8 of them and released them into the woods in a park a few miles away. I suppose the noises could have been squirrels running around, but the sounds were consistent with a man walking from one attic room to another. The sequence repeated exactly as if they had returned to the same room they had come from and slammed that door as well. I have no explanation for any of these events, just that they happened. Could have been waking dreams and flying squirrels, I suppose. Regardless, they were frightening experiences, and I've never had anything like that happen anywhere else, before or since. So when I was in school about 14 years old, Me and my friends said, let's go for a climb around the roof of their school. I went to a different school than my friends. To this day, I'm not sure why, but it was a warm night and was the weekend, so we thought, why not? We get to the school, which was only about 10 minutes away from our houses. This place just straight up looks creepy, like it looks more like an old hospital than a school. But we hop over the fence and head to the part where you get up to the roof. So we are messing around on the roof for a while, and my friend, I'll use his first letter of his name, K, says, I want to show you guys the basement. So we get down off the roof and get to these stairs that lead to the door. K says he's going to check if the door's unlocked, and me and my other friend W wait for him at the top. He shouts to us that it's unlocked and to come down, so we do. This basement was a whole different vibe, like he wasn't really joking. We just had our phone torches on and was looking around it. It was as if someone was waiting down there for us. We checked, and us three were definitely the only three down there at the time. While we were looking around, we saw a load of old school stuff like desks, that type of thing. We looked around a little more and decided to leave so we could check some other stuff out. And I was the last one out of the door. K and W were waiting at the bottom of the stairs. Just as I go to shut the door, all three of us hear this girl's voice clear as day say, "Why are you leaving?" And we just ran up those stairs and hopped back over the fence. We were all freaked out for a while, and after calming our nerves, all three of us were 110% sure we never saw anyone else in that basement. I ended up becoming a circus performer at 17. I travelled the world as an acrobat, mainly working within hotels. But this experience happened within a static circus that ran bigger shows only during certain seasons, and I was living in there off-season. In the day, there were people around sometimes for events or even classes, but at night, I was the only one there. One night I was cooking my dinner in a kitchen area. The area was closed by a makeshift divider of two pieces of fabric at an entryway the size of a door frame, but could block sight and allow you to pass. When I finished cooking, I went to walk through the divider when I was blocked by what felt like a person on the other side. I apologised, thinking I'd bumped into someone, possibly maintenance staying late. But after no response, I checked the other side to find no one and nothing at all that could have blocked me. I felt it was definitely weird, but I'm a logical person, so I spent the next 5 minutes trying to recreate the situation. I stood on the fabric and leant against it. I was holding a knife, so I checked if it getting stuck in the fabric could create the effect. Nothing I did felt the same as me hitting that solid object. The next day, I spoke to workers who'd worked there for years, and they said that there had been stories in the past of sounds or footsteps in the night and general ghost stories. I know this isn't some scary ghost story, and truthfully, I don't really know what happened. But I tried to make sense of the situation, and I really wanted to not believe my initial emotional response by proving myself wrong. This goes way back to when I was in middle school. It was Christmas Eve, and I was home alone, sick, upset stomach and no fever, on the couch in my family room watching Netflix. The couch is right across from the front door and a window, so when I'm home alone, I would open the basement door to block anyone from seeing me on the couch from the front door. It was maybe 7 or 8 p.m, but it was dark because it was winter. I was watching the TV when I heard a lot of creaking in the floorboards coming from the other side of the basement door. My house is known to make some weird noises, but this sounded like someone was walking. However, the door was blocking the hallway, so I couldn't see if anything was there. Instead, I paused the TV to hear the noise better, and it immediately stopped. I swear I could hear someone breathing. Scared to death, I sat frozen on the couch. After dismissing it as all in my head, I unpaused the TV to distract myself, still able to hear the cracking for a while longer. When my family came home a few hours later, I told them how freaked out I was by our creaky house. I told them about a dream I had a few nights before about a man that lived in a secret room in our basement. Jokingly, I said that I probably heard this man walking around the house. I went to bed that night pretty normally, although thoroughly freaked out. Many years later, I found out that what I said to my mom also scared her. She made my dad go into the storage room in my basement with a bat while they scoured every inch of it, finding nothing. To this day, mentioning it to my mother makes her uneasy. Over time, the man became an inside joke to my family. Whenever something went missing, we would just blame it on the man. Until it wasn't really funny anymore. A lot of stuff went missing. At first, it was mostly clothes and spoons and stuff like that. Nothing too alarming. But then we noticed something bad. Out of a set of 8 steak and serrated knives in our kitchen block, 6 had mysteriously gone missing. We joked that the man took them, but really, my mom and I were worried. Where did the knives go? How do you lose 6 big knives? Eventually, we stopped questioning it and just bought new knives. I'm writing this now, currently 6 years since the first encounter, because of a frightening experience that happened last night. I woke up in the middle of the night, feeling the slight urge to use the bathroom. It wasn't so bad that I had to go then, so I decided to just try and go back to sleep. I was stirring for a little while, and I didn't open my eyes yet. Finally, I decided to just get up. I opened my eyes and started to roll over towards the door when I heard a voice, almost demonic but most definitely male, in my right ear. It felt as if he was only an inch away. I could feel the air from his mouth in my ear. I don't know what he said, but it was as if he put a spell on me. I immediately collapsed back to my left side, away from the door. My eyes were glued shut and my body was numb. Even my mouth was gaping open. I never sleep with my mouth open, especially while I'm on my side. I was conscious like this for maybe 10 seconds before I fell into a deep sleep. I woke up again, remembering every detail. I've passed out before, and it wasn't like that. I determined that not that much time had passed. I could still feel the tingling in my ear from when he spoke in it, and I didn't really have to use the bathroom any more than I had before. I looked at the clock, and it was around 5 in the morning. I'm certain this was the man. I don't know if he's a person, a ghost, or a demon, but I know he's real. I believe that he thought I was going to see him, and so he put me under a spell to go back to sleep. I told my mom this, and she was scared, saying that she would rather not know these things. So, I'm an OTR truck driver, which means that I drive across the country multiple times in a month-long period. I'd like to share a story with you. On a dark July night around 2 a.m., I was headed south on US 93 highway in Nevada, approximately 30 miles north of Las Vegas. Traffic was scarce. I haven't seen a single vehicle for the last 40 minutes at least. The only source of light that illuminated the road were the truck headlights. I was on a phone with a friend of mine, just chatting about random stuff, when, in a distance, about 300 feet ahead of me, I saw something on the shoulder of the road. At first, I thought it might have been a turned-over construction sign or a bag of some sort. But as I was approaching the object, I started to make out some features. A human-like figure, I thought. Just to be clear, that area is deserted and there's absolutely nothing to be found within a 25-mile radius. When I was about 5 yards away, I could see it clearly. It was a boy, between 8 and 10 years old, I'd say, with a school backpack and white plush bunny in his right arm held tightly against his chest. He was just standing there with this cold stare, completely unemotional, looking me directly in the eyes. He hasn't broken a stare as I passed him. He hasn't even blinked or flinched. And let me remind you that it's an £80,000 semi-truck moving at 65 miles an hour. It's virtually impossible not to react to it driving past you about a yard away. My heart was racing. My whole body was covered in goosebumps. A cold chill went down my spine. I don't think I've ever been so disturbed in my life since I've never had any paranormal encounters. Once I passed him, first thing that came to my mind was that if I see him appear again a couple of miles ahead, I'm going to have a heart attack. But it never happened. The rest of the trip was uneventful. I still don't know what it was. I'm not trying to claim that it was a ghost or a spirit of a deceased child. I just can't find any adequate explanation for it. It was definitely not a hallucination, since I was wide awake and talking on the phone. It just seems weird to me. What in the world was a 10-year-old kid doing by himself in the middle of the desert? So, this happened to me when I was about 6 years old. I grew up in a 3-bedroom house just outside of a city where I lived with my mom and my grandparents. One morning, I woke up at around 7 a.m. My mom was already at work. She had to leave early to catch a bus, and my grandparents were still sleeping in an adjacent room. Just so you understand, my twin bed was positioned alongside a wall, and as I lay down, the wall would be to my right. So I woke up and decided to stay in bed for a little while. The room was brightly lit. I was in a relatively good mood. No sense of dread or anything as it normally happens when you encounter paranormal. As I lay down on my back looking up at the ceiling, half-transparent rectangular particles started to spill out from the wall on my right. They were no larger than half an inch in size and seemed to come out from one spot. As they fell, they surpassed my bed and landed on the floor, forming a 5 feet tall U-shaped figure. Once the figure was completed, the particles stopped spraying out of the wall. There it was, a slim U-shaped figure. It literally looked like if you write U on the floor and extrude it about 5 feet upwards. It was standing to my left, as I was still laying down in bed, scared shitless, afraid to move or breathe for that instance not to make a sound. I watched it for a minute, and then it started gliding across the room, randomly changing direction every now and then, when at some point, it reached a TV stand on the other side of the room. That's when I felt that it was far enough from me that I could take my chance and run. I burst out of the room and ran yelling to my grandparents. I tried to explain to them what I saw, but being a 6-year-old, they blamed everything on my imagination. Unfortunately, I still haven't been able to find an explanation for this occurrence, scientific or otherwise. If anyone has had an experience even remotely similar to mine, please share. When I was about 6 years old, me and my mum shared the same room. My bed was located perpendicularly to hers and was positioned alongside a wall. I had an old spring brace bed with a small wooden headboard and the same sized footboard at the feet. If you were born in the 90s, you might still remember those. I was woken up by a strong feeling of someone's presence in the room. It was a weird feeling, but somehow I knew there was somebody watching me sleep. My mom had a graveyard shift at work that night, so it couldn't be her. I opened my eyes and tried to look around. Nobody seemed to be there, yet the feeling persisted. I got up on all fours and built up the courage to crawl towards the footboard and check behind it. I placed both my hands on the board and looked down. Fear paralyzed me head to toes. A dark silhouette of a tall man was crouching there, on the floor behind my bed. I slowly backed away from the footboard and hid under the blanket. Afraid to move in the cold sweat, I forced myself to fall asleep. All this time, I've been unsure whether the man I saw that night was real or a product of my immature imagination. That is, until today. I moved out from my parents' house many years ago, And since we live thousands of miles away from each other now, we get on video calls every now and then in order to keep in touch. It's been 2 weeks since we last talked, so I'd figure I'd give her a call today. We talked about random stuff as usual, until my mom mentioned something that made my stomach drop. It happened about 15 years ago. I had a separate room for myself by then, and my mom still lived in the same room. She woke up in the middle of the night, seemingly without a reason. A strong feeling of uneasiness wouldn't let her go. She got off the bed and headed towards the kitchen to grab a glass of water. Before she exited the room, however, she saw a dark figure of a large man sitting at the side of a dresser. He was just sitting there facing the wall, like if he was hiding, yet he didn't seem to notice her, just like he didn't notice me looking at him 7 years ago. I sat in awe as my mum was speaking. At some point, I could no longer hear what she was saying since my brain was too busy connecting the dots. Blurry images of that incident flashed before my eyes. The way she described it was precisely what I saw that night when I was 6 years old, I thought to myself. I don't know how her encounter ended, because I couldn't help but interrupt her and share my experience with her. My mom thinks it was a domovoi, a spirit from Russian folklore that takes care of a house. My mom is Russian. My Muslim friends say it was a jinn. And I can't help but think it was a shadow man. Whatever it was, I saw it with my own eyes, and my mom just proved that it wasn't just my imagination playing tricks on me. I live in one of the largest cities of Ontario, about 4 or 5 blocks from the edge of it. We do see a handful of wildlife, mostly small, with deer and coyotes being the largest, with bears being very rare, maybe once every 5 years. I live in the opposite end of the dump, in a very residential area with only a handful of small restaurants. I say this because there should be no reason for this specific smell in my area, or how strong it is, since there are so few food-containing dumpsters. In the past year, a lot of strange things have happened to and around me. Mostly just harmless, weird things. Last month, that changed. I felt something predatory outside my home. Something that put me in full fight or flight. It went on for a few days, and I recorded what I could of that event. It will be in a separate post as it is a lot of text and information. Whatever it was, stopped for a while, and I felt comfortable being out at night again. I prefer to cycle when it's late at night as it's calm, empty, and it feels natural to me. So I started to bike again, and that's when I first started to notice it. The smell. It started with a smell like rotting meat. I'd pass houses and it would just hit me. I initially thought maybe it was my breath, or some people had rotting trash, or even an unusual amount of roadkill if I just couldn't see. But I kept smelling it all over the city. Then one night, that predatory feeling happened again, and I stopped being out at night for a while, just waiting to see if that feeling would stay or not. It didn't, so I started cycling again. This time, those same areas that smelled of rotting meat now smelled far worse. It was maybe 1 in 15 to 20 houses, but it was awful. It seemed like a dead freezer full of meat that had been sitting outside and sealed for weeks. Worse than the food waste bins behind grocery stores and the like. All the time, I thought it was probably just a local dump in the wind until a friend mentioned the smell too, saying it was like a dumpster full of expired meat. She made note of how it only comes out at night and seems to be coming from houses specifically. She also lives too far away from the dump for her to smell it. That's when I made the connections. After hearing my friend's comments, I decided I would try to verify this, try to locate the areas the smell was coming from specifically. I started to walk my sibling's dog to the areas that I noticed the smell. About 30 minutes away from where I lived, the dog would start acting weird. He would sniff the air and start pulling down certain roads until I would start to smell that now familiar scent. As it would get stronger, the dog would start to puff up as if he was feeling threatened. This went on for a few nights until the dog became too difficult to walk, unusually so. On the last walk, I took him in a direction I had not noticed that smell, keeping relatively close to my neighbourhood. All was fine until we started walking back when we cut through a park, and he stopped dead. His fur was raised and he kept huffing the air. I smelled it too. We were about 3 blocks from home and the smell was so strong. It had to be one of the houses that backed onto the park. I wanted to get closer, but the dog refused to go further. I should mention that this was a lit park that was quite open with a paved footpath going straight through it. There was nothing unusual I could see. But I turned around anyway and the dog followed quickly with his fur on end and tail tucked. We went around the long way back home. This bothered me, but I didn't feel threatened or scared, just uncomfortable with the smell and the dog's behaviour. Then the other night around 3 a.m, I woke up to the dog pacing in the hallway. I figured he needed out to do his business, so I tried to lead him outside, only he seemed hesitant. I got him out the door and he immediately turned around and whined to be let back in. I stepped out to check on him and he calmed down a bit, but he stayed by the door. I brought him back inside and went back to bed since I couldn't do much else and I was tired. Now tonight the dog is being excessively clingy, and when I went out to put some recycling in the bins, I smelled that rotting stench. Not too strong, but definitely enough to concern me. Enough to make me want more input from people who might be less dismissive or have ideas or thoughts to what is causing this. I'm not sure what to think. Maybe I'm being paranoid, but this was a distinct smell that should not be this common. It couldn't have just been excessive trash in people's homes without more people noticing. I thought carry on, but again, it's too common a smell. I considered maybe it was the dump, but that's too far away to be smelled where I live. Maybe it's something rational, but if it's not, I really have no idea as to where to even begin considering what it could be. Also, I'm still not able to confirm which houses specifically the smell seems to originate from. I can narrow it down to about a 5-house area along the street, but it could also be from those houses' backyard neighbours on the next streets over. To begin, I'd like to give some context behind this story. My girlfriend and I are on vacation to the Oregon coast this week. The weather hasn't been amazing, so we've just been exploring around random roads, shops and beaches, seeing what we can see. Keep in mind, through the duration of the story, that I'm from the Rocky Mountains, so I have a pretty good sense of direction, having driven many winding mountain roads. Today, we were driving north on the coastal highway, looking for beaches to explore, when I spotted a small road, which turned out to be a Forest Service road. On a whim, I decided to drive up it. The road was narrow, barely one lane, but paved for the first mile or so. The road wound up and down a large hillside, moving steadily northward. For those unfamiliar, the forests on the Oregon coast are very dense, dark, and filled with ferns and other underbrush. The trees are nearly branchless, save for small broken twigs until the very top, where there is a dense canopy. In itself, this makes for fairly creepy forests. Aside from this, today, the woods were almost deadly silent, with only the chirping of the occasional bird or chittering of a squirrel, but eerily quiet. We stopped several times just to take pictures and venture a few yards into the woods and look around. By the time we hit the gravel part of the road, the sun was starting to set and a thick fog had rolled over the forest, obscuring anything beyond about 30 yards. Both of us began to feel a bit uneasy at this, but continued driving as the road began to slope back down. We assumed it would let back onto the highway. In another 10 minutes or so, with the road still sloping down and edging north across many switchbacks, we came to a fork in the road. The right fork veered off to the east and the left to the west. We played rock, paper, scissors to decide which direction to go and ended up heading to the right. A few turns later, the road took a sharp turn northward. As we came around the corner, we saw the front end of a red SUV sticking up out of a ditch. It appeared to have slid off and rotated with the front pointing nearly vertical. It looked recent, but was abandoned. At first glance, the vehicle seemed undamaged, but as I looked, I noticed a huge dent on the driver's side. This wasn't all that strange, except there was nothing near the car that could have caused it. No stumps, logs, boulders, nothing. I decided not to overthink the strangely placed dent, or the wreck in general, and assumed the owners had gotten a ride, and maybe the dent was from an older accident. We continued on down the road, not thinking too much of it. After about 30 minutes, we hit pavement again and eventually the highway. I turned the car onto the highway and took a right, as we were headed north to find a beach, after all. That was when I realised that I had seen some of the signs on the side of the road before. My girlfriend and I both started feeling very weird at this point, like deja vu. But it wasn't until we passed the entrance to the exact road we had just driven up that it dawned on us. After nearly an hour of driving roughly north, we re-entered the highway nearly 5 miles south of where we began. Laying here in bed a few hours later, writing this, I still cannot figure out how this happened, but I can't find the road on maps or anything, and I'm sure we never veered even a little south. I don't know what was going on up that road, but it still feels like a Twilight Zone episode hours later. I think I saw a ghost when I was 6 or 7. If it's not one, then it was definitely not human, and I still have no explanation of what it was. I was 6 or 7 in my house. I still live in the same house today. It was late afternoon. My family had 2 maids in the house at the time. It may seem excessive, and it's pretty weird to explain, but in Indonesia during that time in the mid-2000s, having 1 or 2 maids who live with you was rather the norm in the cities. As I understand it, it's also the norm in other big cities in Southeast Asian countries like the Philippines and Malaysia. But a generally recognised fact is also how it's really, really hard to find a maid who's going to stick and felt comfortable to work and live with you for a long time. Yet when you finally find the one maid, she's going to be willing to work with your family for a long, long time. Like, for generations, until they're really old. This was also the case for my family. We had 2 maids at the time. One maid had stayed with us for about 12 years. Yet we had difficulties finding another one that would enjoy working with us as well. All of them usually quit after a year or 2, some even after 6 months. That being said, as a 7-year-old, I could recount a dozen different maids that used to live with us. I was also especially very close to some of them. Those who are close to us sometimes like to come and visit our family there, just to catch up and chat. Now, after explaining that context, back to the story. I cringe when I remember it now, but I was a very artistic child. As a 7-year-old, I liked to hold fictional concerts and pretend I was a famous singer or whatever. I would be really into it and thought myself was Celine Dion or something like that. One day, something that I particularly liked doing was holding a fictional concert in my front yard. I can remember that I used to do it a lot, always in the afternoon. But one particular day, it was especially late in the afternoon. So not long after I started swinging while twirling and dancing and whatever, it started turning dark. As a kid, I didn't care, I think. I just kept singing, really loudly, while looking at the sky as if there were stage lights coming from there. I also didn't really worry because I wasn't outside of the house. The front yard was still within our fence. Also, the front yard wasn't particularly big either. It's only big enough for you to park a car. Between the yard and my house door, we have a garage. The garage is wide open, as well as my front house door. All lights were turned on inside the house, and as soon as you step foot inside your house, you immediately were looking towards my one maid and my mom chatting loudly while cooking a bunch of food. The TV's on and the sound filled the whole living room. Basically, it was very lively. But as soon as it's dark, the only light source was from inside the house through the widely opened front door. The garage is dark. The front yard was semi dark. And then Maghrib prayer call started commencing. In Muslim countries, every 6:30ish p.m., our mosques will start a prayer call for Maghrib. You can look it up how it sounds like if you're curious. Throughout the Maghrib commencing, I still twirled around and sang with my heart out. Until, when during singing, I accidentally saw the tiny space between the wall and the parked car in our garage. I got chills right now recounting it just from remembering this, because I remember it very vividly. There was a woman with a tiny and slim-like figure, with her hair tied to a pony. It was one of my old maids. One that I was particularly close with. It was very, very dark, and that space in the garage was tiny. She was resting her body on the wall, not looking at me, and instead looking aimlessly towards the left side of our car, basically looking right ahead of her. But now that I was looking at her, she turned to her head and looked at me. I kid you not, her eyes were gleaming red, and I know it sounds bullshit because I also always thought red gleaming eyes trope from blockbuster horror movies are not it, and cheesy, and probably the most fictitious part of horror stories. But they were indeed red. They really were faint red, and I'm not sure if it gleamed per se, but they were shiny enough to break through the darkness and kind of lightened the space there. Gleaming is the closest word I can think to describe it. To be fair, my eyesight was really bad already as a 7-year-old. I was already prescribed glasses then, and I wasn't using my glasses, so I kinda started to doubt that it's not necessarily my old maid. I doubted myself and started to wonder if instead this is just one of my current maids, because the stature is smaller, the hairstyle, the slim figure. Both my maids at that time looked that way as well. Also, her face was not lit properly and I couldn't see her face clearly. It was a reasonable doubt. So I started asking her, "Matt, what are you doing?" And she kept staring at me and not answering. And it was just very scary after 3 seconds of her just staring at me. So I bolted to the front door right away, running my fastest. That is what we used to call a female maid. Immediately after getting inside the house, my mum and one of the maids looked at us mid-cooking and basically just said, "What are you running like that for?" I answered, "Matt, were you the one that was in the garage minutes ago?" I know this doesn't make any sense, but I was a kid and was just scared as fuck. And we're trying to make sense of what was happening. My maid said, "No, I was still cooking with your mum." Me, "Where's the other Matt? She was outside." My maid, "No, she's upstairs, taking out the laundry. Why?" I immediately ran up the stairs, so fast I could have tripped. And there she was. I saw my other maid, taking out dried laundry. She looked at my panting self funnily and asked me what's wrong. I didn't answer and just ran immediately to my siblings, freaked the fuck out for the rest of the night. Something of the same nature has never happened to me in this house, even since. Now I actually think that this house is far from haunted, because nothing weird ever happens. Not even weird feelings or anything. Well, except for one time, but that's for another story. So, I didn't know what that was. I still don't know what that was. But while I already forgot 80% of any childhood memories of any kind, that one memory is still something I remember in detail. This was earlier this year. I moved to a different town and was finally settled in my new place. It was the night before Christmas and family was coming by early that morning, so I spent the evening cleaning and prepping for the next day. All was well, I was in high spirits and crawled into bed. It was the first time I was hosting Christmas, so I was too anxious or giddy to sleep. I knew I should sleep soon, but I was wide awake. So I played on my phone a bit, just killing time. It was about 10 p.m. or so. Suddenly, I'm in the car with my husband on the highway, and he's pointing at something in the sky, frantically yelling, "What is that?" The next thing I know, I'm groggy and waking up, and there's lights around me and a dark shadow. And it feels like there's fingers pressing my temples and something is on my head. I vividly remember that feeling of dread and thinking, oh no, not again. And I feel groggy, but manage to mumble and lift my arm, which was heavy, and try to say, I'm awake. I just closed my eyes and wanted it to be over with, and I remember thinking, I hope this doesn't last long. And suddenly, there's blackness, and I snap awake. I'm drenched in sweat, and there are 2 points on my forehead that are throbbing in pain. I'm in my bedroom again, with everything as I left it. TV on, phone in my hand, and I'm thinking it's being a weird dream. Suddenly there's a loud noise and the power shuts off, leaving me in the dark. It scared the shit out of me, and I jumped up and tried to wake my husband, who was dead asleep. Finally, after a few seconds, power was back on, and my husband thinks I'm just silly. The thing is, I understand it could very much have been a dream. That's not impossible. But I'm not much of a dreamer, and if I do, they aren't vivid at all. This one felt so real, but why? And why aliens of all things? I'm mostly into ghostly stories, so don't read or look up UFO stuff that much. And I remember the physical feeling of dread that it was happening again. I could feel my stomach drop, and I felt sick when I thought, not this again. But I don't recall any other dreams or experiences like this. It's so random. It was Christmas, so I definitely wasn't thinking about aliens. So today I wanted to talk about something that happened to my family and I this past month. Because with what happened this evening, I have to share this. To be clear, I'm living with my two parents and my two younger sisters. Everything started 1 month ago. It was 1 a.m. and I was listening to music in my bed when I overheard my mom yelling at me. The thing is, my mom always goes to sleep at 10 p.m., so there's no way she calls me, and indeed, she didn't call me. I first thought it was an illusion because it happens, but today, I'm not sure anymore. Then around 11 or 12 p.m., some nights when my dad and I were in the living room, we often heard many noises at the first floor. We were always accusing my sisters, but they were both in their bed, not doing anything noisy. Also, for many nights, I could use as many insect killer products as I could. There was always a horde of baby mosquitoes hanging around my bedroom's roof. My bedroom was clean like 2 days before the first apparitions. Yesterday, something really strange happened. First of all, I have to say that in my house, everything is noisy. The stairs, the guardrail on the first floor, the doors, everything. On our guardrail are always hanging towels, and yesterday we heard it crackling so loudly, and at the same time, a towel fell from the guardrail. So I went to see, and no one was there. My sisters were still in their bedroom, and as I told you before, if they rushed to their bedroom, we would have heard it. The only thing I noticed was that my 10-year-old sister always sleeps with her phone flash activated, all night long, which was unusual. We then come to this evening, when my mom asked me to look after something in our freezer, which was in a room far from everything. I have to remember you that everything is noisy in my house. So I go in the freezer, but when I want to leave the room, I realize the room's locked. No one was there. The lock didn't make any sound, and the room can only be locked from the outside, so I couldn't lock it by myself. I then had to yell at my mom to ask her to unlock the door and then explain what happened. It was at that moment that we all gathered strange events that happened this month. I first shared all the events I've already explained, But my parents added two more things. My dad told me that one night he was watching TV and he got a really strange illusion where his dad, who died over a year ago, was next to him trying to talk to him. He freaked out, but before trying to understand, his dad disappeared. My mom told me that my 10-year-old sister was indeed using her phone's flash because these last days she was hearing very strange noises on the first floor while everyone was away at night, and she obviously was scared. We don't know what really happens and if there's any explanation to this day. I have to tell you that in my life I've never believed in paranormal or anything similar, but the past month makes me rethink about this belief. While this is a little odd, what really messes with me is that there's no swamp on this road. I know since I had taken this road many times on our trip to Alice Springs, a town in the middle of the desert. What should have been a red desert as far as the eye can see was all of a sudden a wet green swamp with big trees. No one in the car pointed it out. The family was acting normal, just dead silent for some reason. My little child mind didn't really care. My loud family was quiet because I was looking at the house on the side of the road, the house that wasn't going past. It looked like it was moving with the car somehow. Like a mirage, I think. This just felt normal to me. I didn't question it. After a few minutes of me watching it, I was finally starting to remember this isn't right. Why was no one talking? I started to panic. Then all of a sudden, I got an overwhelming feeling that if I didn't immediately stop looking at the house and go to sleep, I wouldn't exist. It's hard to explain. I didn't think I would die, more like I would cease to be. It was incredibly hard to stop looking. It just felt right, but I knew it wasn't. The feeling of wanting to look at the house and thinking it was nice felt wrong. Like it was just forced into my mind. My mind was split. One side in pure mental orgasmic joy, the other screaming to stop. You're in danger, I snapped out of it when my internal screaming forced the other thoughts out. I immediately closed my eyes and just waited in fear, after what felt like 20 minutes. I think I fell asleep as it was nighttime when I woke up. I've never experienced anything like that again, and I don't think I would win next time. Okay, so to start this off, I work at a family-owned restaurant. I'm not going to give specifics as I don't want any harassment to track to the owners, as my boss and owner watched someone fly into the air before chaotically hitting the ground dead. It happened in a freak accident, but essentially a new restaurant was being built next door. Someone's screwdriver touched a live wire, causing a miniature explosion. It resulted in my boss's store catching on fire momentarily, but the fire department was close by, and it was put out relatively quick. It was gruesome, though. According to my boss, blood splattered against the windows, and his body parts apparently flung due to the explosion. I quit shortly after that, but due to a staffing shortage, my boss asked me to come back, so I did, about a year later. Since then, my boss's husband, who also works in the kitchen, says that some weird stuff happens. Today, I was working alone in the kitchen, and someone just quit, and I noticed some weird stuff. Rags I've placed in easy-to-reach places end up in others I can't even reach. Dishes got thrown around in the sink. I thought someone was over there, but no one was. I kept getting chills and feeling cold. Despite working in the kitchen as a cook, I cook mainly burgers and fried specialities. I'm going to try to get some of the footage from work, but it feels like someone is staring over my shoulder, and it makes it hard to do my job. Any tips to deal with the rest of my work week? Do you think it's harmful? It feels weird that so many people are quitting or asking to work nights or mornings, avoiding the afternoon swing shift that I work during.
I moved back home with my mom a few months ago, and ever since I've been back, I feel like something is watching me when I'm in the upstairs hallway by my bedroom. My mum has always said the house is haunted by the previous owner. I'm not sure where I stand on that one, but recently I've had some experiences that are making me question things. On their own, these experiences can be written off, but they keep happening and it's getting a little weird. Sometimes I hear the stairs creak, like something is going up them, but not big enough to be a person. Other times, I've heard my door slowly creak open, but not all the way open. It sort of sounds like when my cat tries to get into my room. However, whenever these things happen, my cat is always lying on me or right next to me. Last night, I was walking through the hallway to get to my room with the lights off, and I honestly thought I saw my cat come out of my room. It was black, like my cat, and it was moving just like my cat. When I went to pet it, there was nothing there. I went to lie down and my cat was asleep on my bed. I've been talking to my brother, who also lives with us, and he's been having some similar, if not more intense encounters with a shadowy cat type thing. I don't know if it's just my eyes and ears playing tricks on me, if I'm going crazy, or if I'm actually being haunted by a cat. Is that even a thing? This happened back in early December of 2020. My grandfather had been in and out of ICU for almost a year. He wasn't doing well, and I was told by my mother to come in to see him along with my grandmother. When I went in, my grandfather wasn't conscious. He hadn't been for a while, according to the nurse, but I still sat with him. I began to talk to him, despite the fact he couldn't respond. Meanwhile, my grandmother sat on the other side of the table, unable to hear me talk. She's mostly deaf. That's when the strangest thing I've ever had happen to me began. I remember that in my mind, a scene began. It was a white background with a single old wooden bench in the middle of it all, along with my grandfather sitting on one side of it, all dressed up fancy. He was in the same outfit that he'd been in when I took him for Father's Day ice cream. I sat beside him on the bench, and that's when I could see myself. I looked like a young boy no older than 8. He was confused at this, as I am trans, but I never told him. But somehow it became a scene like when we did go for ice cream. The white background shifted to a view of the waterfalls near my town. All the while during this, I could still see the outside world just fine. I could see what happened, but that world in my head was more important at the moment. I remember us talking a lot about stuff, such as my boyfriend, my family, reminiscing, but the biggest thing I remember him asking me was about how I looked. Bree, why do you look like a little boy? He asked me. I remember tearing up in real life and saying it out loud. Because, Papa, I'm Bryn. I've been wanting to be a boy for as long as I can remember. I was so scared to tell you. I've wanted to tell you since the first day, I promise. I never wanted to lie to you. I just wanted you to be healthy and happy. It was halfway through saying this that the vision briefly was interrupted, and in real life, he began to move. He tried to get up, though his eyes never opened, and I had to help him back down. After this, the white background returned, and slowly everything went back to normal. He appeared angry, but he took a few breaths to calm down. He looked at me and asked, "And does being Bryn make you happy?" I looked up to him, nodded, and again said, "It's made me the happiest I've been in years." He looked off towards the waterfall again and nodded after a few moments of silence. "I'm glad." We talked for a bit longer before the world before me started to fade away, with no real reason, and eventually it all stopped. He was still alive, but I think that he was getting too tired to speak anymore. After that hour and a half, I went back to my mother and left after everyone went in to see him. 3 days later, he passed. I'll never forget this experience. I asked my mother about it, as we are both gifted with ESP, and my mother did say my grandfather was very powerful. You could see glimpses of the future.
even predicted my birth and name before my mother knew she was pregnant, and had been gifted with ESP as well. But he had kept quiet about it with the grandchildren. I don't know if that's what happened, that he mentally had connected to me, or if it was deathbed phenomenon. I don't know anymore, but I had to share this with someone. When I was young, I would tell Mother that people who have passed were in the room with us. I don't remember this, she told me about it. I was under 4 years old when this would occur. When I was a bit older, between 4 and 10, we lived in a house where I was constantly having experiences. Actually, we all experienced things. My mother would walk to the shadow figures. She assumed it was her father visiting. I should mention, he committed suicide in the backyard, but I don't think he was the only one there. For whatever reason, I had the hardest time sleeping as a kid. I would just lay in bed for hours. This is where I would hear male voices. I lived with all females and feel like I wasn't alone in my room. I remember one time hearing this deep, loud laugh that seemed to be coming from all directions. My granny would console me and say, "They can't hurt you," without me even telling her why I was scared. I'm 27 now, and I don't experience these things anymore, but I have personally seen children who seem to have communication with the other side. This incident happened on September 21st of 2017. I dug up some of the messages I sent to my wife about this incident so I could remember the details, so that's why I know the exact date. My drive to work is about 27 miles of mostly country roads. I left for work that morning like I always do, nothing special. About 10 or 11 miles into the drive, something in a nearby cornfield caught my eye, and I took my eyes off the road. I don't remember what it was, but something fairly mundane. After a short moment, out of the corner of my eye, I saw an old black car in my lane, and I'm pretty sure I even remember hearing the sound of its engine roaring. It was something like a 1938 Buick Special Sport Coupe. I'm not a car guy at all, but this is just what came up in a Google image search that looked similar to what I saw. So like anyone who thinks they're about to be in a head-on collision, I completely panic and slam on my brakes and no car. I look in my rear view mirror and not only was there no black car, there were no vehicles around whatsoever. Not uncommon for this road, as it is mostly corn and bean country. I was left in what I'm going to call a what the fuck state for the rest of the day. Sort of a confused shock or something. But it got a little weirder. When I got to work, I eventually noticed my iPad battery had drained to 63%, which I took a screenshot of to show my wife. iPad batteries typically last about 10 or 11 hours with continuous use, depending on what the use is for, and potentially a couple weeks if it's not used at all. I would have had to use my iPad for around 3 or 4 hours non-stop to drain that much of my battery, and I distinctly remember unplugging it from the charger that morning. I asked my wife via text to check my charger was working, and it was. I checked the battery log to see if something was running that could be draining it, and there wasn't. According to my screenshots, 4 hours, 57 minutes of usage since the last charge. 27 hours and 2 minutes on standby since the last charge. Okay, maybe it didn't charge, even though I do remember unplugging it. And the charger was verified to be working. Maybe. The incident eventually led my Googling to the phenomenon of time slips. There's a lot of alleged video footage of all sorts of paranormal encounters, but time slips aren't one of them. None whatsoever. So it seems like even in the realm of the paranormal, this is the least likely. As I'm a skeptic of the paranormal, even though it intrigues me, I decided to take note on my way back home if there was something that I could have somehow mistaken for a car. Well, potentially yes, but it's a bit of a stretch. Some repairs had been done on this road that were still new enough to be black instead of dull grey. I turned around to try to recreate the conditions of the events, but no, even using my imagination, It just didn't look like a car in my peripheral. Even if my mind misidentified it as a car, why would it go with such an unlikely car to be on the road? But it's all I had to work with, and even though I didn't explain the sound of the engine I thought I heard, that was the explanation I used. Until one random day on my drive to work, something caught my eye. About 12 miles down the road from where the incident had occurred, there, in someone's driveway, sat the same car, or at least the same style of car, I'd seen out of the corner of my eye that day. And it's still there. The owner never seems to move it. And it's in pretty decent shape, at least cosmetically. So, I don't know what to make of this. I've installed a dash cam since then, partly for general insurance reasons, and partly because if this happens again, I want to be able to rule out it was only in my mind. Last week, my 10-year-old son B got sick one night. He had vomiting, fever, etc. So the next morning, I kept him home from school. I accidentally forgot to call the attendance line and report him absent. About half an hour after school started that morning, my fiance called me from work, freaking out, asking where B was. I informed him that he was homesick, which my fiance didn't know because he had left super early that morning for work. Apparently, the school had been frantically calling me. My phone never rang and I had no missed calls. And then called my fiance because numerous students and teachers had seen B at breakfast. It's served before school starts. B is always there early for breakfast. But he was absent from class when school began. Many students swore that they'd seen B at breakfast, but B was acting weird and didn't respond to them. Very odd because B is usually very outgoing and social. It even escalated that some students had seen B running onto the stage in the auditorium and hiding. Teachers were literally using flashlights to search even up in the stage rafters for him because he had supposedly even been spotted up there. One of his best friends even called B from school that morning because she was worried and B's phone never rang. She even texted him. Also, when you guessed it, no text was received. The police had even been notified and were en route to the school, until my fiance called me, and I called the school immediately to let them know that B was home and sick. I've tried to obtain more details about all this, but even the school secretary seemed weirded out about it and was just like, okay, well I'm glad he's okay. Must have been another student that looks like him, I guess. From the info that I have gathered, nobody actually spoke to B that morning because he ignored everyone and just stared down at his food tray. When asked about what he was wearing, all I got was a hoodie and sweatpants, which is his usual everyday attire. Bottom line, this whole thing really freaked me out. His friends, and even his teachers. For as long as I could remember, I had the same nightmare as a child, where I would see this man who would be following me around in my dreams. I never saw his face, since he was like one of those shadow people, or of a walking silhouette where his body was completely pitch black. The man was about 6 foot tall. There would be times where he would be with or without a fedora hat, but he would always be wearing a long trench coat. Before he would appear in my dreams, all would be going normal as dreams go. For example, I dreamt that I was in a park, playing with others on a bright summer day. All of a sudden, there would be just something that would snap and everyone around me would suddenly shift their moods from happy to fearful. Whispers would be heard saying, "The man is near," and "It's best if you leave before he gets closer." The sun would disappear and it would be that time of day where it would be twilight. I would make my way to get home before the man could find me. I would always be alone during this time, but the whispers would be getting louder and louder. Right before I could make it to safety, there in the corner of my eye, I would see the man standing right at the corner of the wall. He wouldn't move or talk, he just stood there so still. I'd be paralyzed in fear and I couldn't find the energy to escape inside my house. Once the man saw that I was trapped, that's when he would charge at me with his arms reaching for me. This is when I'd wake up, shaking in my bed, holding my own heart, feeling it beating out of my chest. Furthermore, there were times where I would have sleep paralysis, where my room would be darker as usual. I'd be stuck facing up, with only being able to move my head slightly from left to right. As I looked to my left, that's where I saw the man standing in the corner of my room, watching me sleep. I tried many times to cry out to call my parents, but my voice just couldn't escape my mouth. Slowly, the man would be moving towards me, where his eyes would be locked on me the entire time. I had these dreams and these sleep paralysis moments from my earliest memories, all the way to 5th grade. Fast forward to about 13 years later, where my little sister is telling me about a dream that she's been having. She describes how her dreams are. They nearly match the experiences that I had down to the man that I had encountered in my own dreams. She's in 5th grade, the same grade where I stopped having the dreams. I don't want to bring up these dreams to her, since I'd rather have forgotten about these dreams. My questions are that, is this just a coincidence of who she is describing? Or is this the same man that haunted me in my dreams? Is there a family curse or haunt that has never been brought up? Hi, my name is Ari. Ever since I was younger, I've been seeing things I can't even explain. I was 4 years old when I saw what I thought was my friend from school outside my house, near my favourite tree. I walked out and I was standing there trying to get her attention to see why she was here, but I couldn't get anything from her. But the crazy thing is, at that time I was living in a completely different house and didn't move into the house I saw her at till a year later. When we moved into that house, I was always looking at that tree. I was so confused at how I thought I was already in that house when I didn't even know that that house existed at the time. When I started at school, I meet this girl. She became my best friend. We were playing in the backyard and she went near that tree and I saw it was her in the, I guess you would call it, vision. I didn't tell anyone about it and I still haven't get too scared to talk about it. Now I'm 20. That story was based around early 2004 to mid 2006. I now live in a different house. I only found out I was a medium about 2 weeks ago now. My sister is a green witch. We didn't know if I was a witch or a medium, but she asked her crystal and it said yes. And I have a best friend that is an angel, and the spirits talk to her about me all the time. Also, a big thing for all the new mediums out there. I know you want to research about it, trust me, so do I. But you can't. You need to learn and teach yourself. Let the spirits help you. They will trust you more and you will get better at it if you research about it. They will shut you out and not trust you because you are learning too fast and getting things in your head that aren't right. They wouldn't let you see them anymore or help them. You need to do things on your own. 10th of the 9th, 2020. My friends and I were in Goulburn. Now we are from Act, which is about an hour's drive from Goulburn. We saw this battered up place and thought we would go have a look at it. Let's call my friends Emma and Katie, we drove past it a few times just to see if it looked safe. We stopped the car and started walking up to it. As we kept on walking, I felt this odd feeling that something bad was going to happen. And I was right. But did I listen to that bad feeling? No, I didn't. Well done, Ari. We walked through the gates and had to climb over a bathtub that looked like it had been thrown out from the side of the second floor. We were walking down a ruined hallway and we tried our best to be quiet because I wasn't sure if we were allowed to be in there. Turns out we weren't, but oh well. As we were walking, I heard a little girl laugh in the dissected eye stop in the tracks, and the girls turned to look at me. "What's wrong, Harry?" Emma said to me, looking confused and worried. I brushed it off, thinking it was nothing, and then after that, we kept walking around. We checked out the place and had a look at all the rooms on the first and second floor, and the place was nice, but it was very run down and had lots of water damage. As I was walking around, there was a little girl following me because she thought I was her mother. Then she realised I wasn't, and kept following me anyways because she felt safe and happy that I was there. After we were looking around the first floor, and there was something that didn't like us being, something that was very unholy, and was not part of the orphanage, so we decided to leave and come back at night, when they were more active, so I could find out what this thing was or is, and what its reason for being there was, because it was scaring the other spirits that were or are there, and I wasn't going to leave then with something that was making their afterlife terrible. I went back that night with a few different people, and one of them brought a Ouija board with them. There was a time when I was 10. I walked up to my mother and told her that I feel more connected to Satan than I do God. Now, I don't remember saying this at all, because even at 10, I knew what Satan is and that he was a bad guy. I knew not to mess with them. At the time, my mother thought it was because of the paranormal movies I had been watching and had got it from them. She told me I wasn't allowed to watch these kind of movies anymore, and I got visibly upset. When I turned 14, I went to my mate's house. She wanted to watch a paranormal movie that had finally come out on DVD. When she put it on, I didn't look at the case before she played it. The movie was The Conjuring. I'd heard lots of stuff about it, and it was the most scariest movie out there at the time, so I was a bit scared to watch it. As the movie was playing, we stopped it because I 100% thought I heard something upstairs. I thought it was just her brother, so I brushed it off. Halfway through the movie, I looked at her. "Your brother is very noisy." She looked at me with a scared look. She told me that we were the only ones home. We paused the movie and thought we should investigate. Yes, I know. That's how people get killed in movies. But I was 14, so shh. We started walking up the stairs, and it sounded like there was someone running in her dad's study room. She was too scared to open it, so I did. As I opened the door, I saw a black finger run past the door, like in Paranormal 3. I ran down the stairs and out the door. This was the first time my demon had ever showed itself to me in any way. When I saw it, I felt a big, dark feeling that if I didn't get out of the house, I was going to be hurt. I messaged my mum to come and pick me up. She didn't ask any questions, she just came and took me home. When I went into bed that night, I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. I looked over at my door, and when I tell you I felt happy, I felt really happy. I saw my little brother. The past when I saw my pop, he had big beautiful white wings with a gorgeous white glaze around him. In that moment, I thought my pop is my guardian angel from heaven. I felt that my demon was also there, but he was standing guard so it couldn't get in. It felt like he had a protective shield just around my room. All of my stress and worries were gone for the night, and I got the best sleep I had gotten in so long. I woke up and I thought he had left completely. I got scared that my demon was coming to get me. But as soon as I felt scared and unsafe, he wrapped his rings around me and let me know he is here. This was in 2014, and now it's 2021, on the 12th of May at 1:12 a.m. And I sometimes still feel him when I've gotten myself into shit with a bad spirit or demon, which tends to happen a lot, not on my own accord. Let me know if you'd like to know more, because there is lots more where this came from. I hope everyone is having a good night, day, afternoon, wishing all the love and respect you deserve. This story takes place in 2010. When I was in high school, I worked at the movie theatre in town. It was an awesome job. Free popcorn, soda, candy, and I got to watch movies whenever I wanted. The owners would even let me bring friends in after hours to watch movies or play games on the big screen. It was pretty normal for my friends to drive around town and randomly stop by the theatre when they knew I was working. Not much else to do in a small town. Two of my friends, Taylor, nicknamed Tej, and Justin, stopped by and hung out in the lobby with me while we waited for the movie to end. Tej told me he had heard a rumour of some weird lights out at an old cemetery just outside of town. He was a pathological liar, so I doubted almost everything that came out of his mouth. Justin started backing up what Tej was saying, so I told them that as soon as I finished cleaning up the theatre, I'd close up and drive out to this cemetery with them. The late show finished, I cleaned the theatre and locked up around 1 AM. I honestly had no idea what to expect, so I told them I'd drive. At the time, I drove my dad's F-150 Ford pickup truck, so the three of us squeezed into the front seat and they directed me out to this cemetery. I thought for sure they were messing with me, but after about 20 minutes of driving on old country roads, we came up to a bridge which was at the bottom of a hill. The bridge was surrounded by woods and the cemetery was at the top of the hill. The bridge looked super old and I wasn't sure if it would hold the weight of the truck, so I parked the truck right in front of the bridge. Tej told me to turn the truck off and said he was getting out. At this point, I didn't really trust him, and I was also freaked out because we were at a cemetery around 2 AM. So I told them I was staying in the truck. They caved and stayed in the truck with me. About 5 or so minutes passed, and we started to see fireflies. It was so dark and clear out that we could even see them in the woods around us. I asked Tej if those were the lights he saw, but before he could answer, he pointed up at the top of the hill, and I saw a giant blue light. Once I looked at this blue light at the top of the hill, several others popped up in the woods around us, and then more in the actual cemetery. The lights looked like they were blinking, but this could have also been from moving around in the woods where trees were blocking their light. I started freaking out and was screaming at both of them and told them that if they were playing a prank on me, it wasn't funny and that I was leaving. I tried starting the truck, but it turned once and then died. Tej had a shocked look on his face, which only made me more anxious. At this point, I was crying, borderline hysterical, and kept pumping the gas when turning the key. I didn't look up. I didn't want to. Finally, after what felt like forever, the truck started. I looked up and saw that the blue light at the top of the hill was now in the middle of the bridge and had taken the shape of a torso. At this point, I had no fucking clue what was happening. I just had a really bad feeling and knew I needed to get out of there. Tej was yelling at me to stay there, that he wanted this thing to get closer, but I wasn't listening. I was shaking as I threw the truck into reverse and sped back the way we came. We were quiet the whole way back to the theatre. I dropped Tej and Justin off at their car and drove home. I sat up in bed on the computer, searching to see if I could find any explanation to what I saw. Angels? Demons? Spirit orbs? Aliens? I had no idea. It all seemed like bullshit to me, but I still couldn't logically explain what I had seen. The following morning, I went to Brittany's house. Brittany was my best friend at the time, and I knew she'd believe me. As soon as I told her about the story, she asked me to drive her to the cemetery, so I did. We parked in front of the bridge, walked up the hill, and then around the cemetery. We looked for LED lights on tombstones, flashlights, even footprints around in the muddy woods, but we didn't see anything that could explain what I'd seen the night before. The cemetery was also too far away from any major road for it to have been car headlights. I still don't know what we saw that night, and I get goosebumps every time I think about it. If anything, it's helped me keep an open mind about the weird stuff that happens. I live in a 3-story, 4-bedroom new build house. Prior to it being a house, this plot of land was a residential home. Before that, I've got no idea. Anyway, myself, my partner, and our young children have lived here since it was built. It was nearly 6 years. I've never felt anything bad or good in this house, except for the bedroom on the top floor. The bedroom was our youngest's bedroom. This was her bedroom from about 6 months old until 2 years. She never slept well, ever. She would always wake up during the night, sometimes crying uncontrollably. We just put her down to it being a crap sleeper. However, sometimes if we couldn't settle her back down, we'd bring her into our room, which was directly next to hers. She would just sit and stare into the hallway outside and would refuse to be put down near the doorway. And if we tried to carry her out into the hallway to show her nothing was there, she would freak out. She no longer has that room as her bedroom. She shares with her older sisters now. The middle child, boy, now has that bedroom. He claims to feel fine in there. However, when it was our youngest's bedroom, when she'd wake in the night, my partner would go downstairs to make her a bottle and I would go in to comfort her. While comforting her with my back to the door, I would always feel like there was something or someone watching me, so I would feel forced to glance back over my shoulder. That's the backstory. Anyway, during a conversation we were having as a family tonight, myself and my partner were talking to the eldest child, who's 15 years, and she just so happened to sleep in her brother's room last night. He was at a sleepover at a friend's house, and she wanted to escape the two younger ones. Anyway, we asked her how she slept. Totally normal question, and we certainly didn't lead her answer. She said, not so great. I felt on edge, like someone was watching me from the doorway. I wasn't scared, but I felt anxious. How she described her feelings was exactly how I felt in the past when I would often be in there comforting our youngest. Neither my partner nor myself have ever spoken to the children about this before, so there's no way she was just regurgitating what we've said. I felt a shiver go up my spine when my stepdaughter said this tonight, because it was so accurate. My partner immediately looked at me as if to say, wow, that's exactly what we've said. I just wanted to share my story and see if anybody can relate. A friend has just recommended we invest in some Celenti to place in around the room. Does anyone else have any other suggestions? When I say some experiences were crazy or scary, I actually mean absolutely horrifying. To the point I couldn't sleep for days after. Two incidences stick out in my head the most, and I'll never forget them. The first was 9 years ago, when I was a senior in high school. I lived with my sister, who was a corrections officer, and I would watch my nephew while she did her overnight shifts. One night, I decided to sleep in her room, since she had the comfier bed, and I wasn't really sleeping well in our guest room bed. I remember waking up in complete darkness, unable to move. It seemed like the usual, so I closed my eyes, thinking if I'd just fall back asleep. That's until I heard what sounded like heavy breathing coming from the direction of the bedroom door. I thought it could have been my sister getting off work early, so I tried to fake sleep, thinking maybe she'd just take the guest bed, seeing I was knocked out. But then the sound of the breathing started moving around the bed, like it was pacing. I could hear the floor creaking at certain points, as it was going back and forth from one side to the other. The breathing got heavier and deeper, like it was a large male that it was coming from. I became nervous since I was still unable to move and my nephew was in the room across the hall. I had no idea whether he was okay and genuinely felt like I was going to die right there. I could feel my body getting hotter and hotter as the breathing started moving quicker and quicker around the bed. Then I started to feel what felt like large hands wrapping around my neck. I wasn't being choked, but rather it was the feeling of somebody placing their hands around your neck, showing me that they could choke me out if they really wanted to. After what felt like forever, my body was jerked from one side of my bed to the other and I was able to sit up. I was covered with sweat and after realizing I could move, I immediately ran to my nephew's room to check on him. He was sound asleep. I couldn't sleep after that though, and actually refused to sleep there at night. I would force myself to stay up for the rest of my time there until I moved 5 months later for college. I'd sleep in the nurse's office at school or go to a friend's house during the day and take a nap, so staying up wouldn't be so hard at night. I just felt unsafe. The next incident happened quite recently, about 3 weeks ago. I woke up into sleep paralysis while napping for work. It was completely normal for the most part. I was laying on my side, facing outwards on the bed, and I could feel my girlfriend was laying next to me. She knows how much I experience sleep paralysis, so she knows that if I start shaking or trying to yell, to just shake me awake. So naturally, I started to try calling for her so she could wake up, and then wake me up completely. I felt her shake me, but I wasn't snapping out of it. I kept calling for her while trying to say, "Turn me over." I felt her reach her hand underneath my side, laying on the bed, and grab the area under my armpit, wiggle her fingers into place, and then squeeze me with a bunch of force to the point it actually hurt, and I snapped out of it. I rolled over to her to ask why she squeezed me so hard, only to see that nobody was there. I was confused and honestly shook. To make things worse, my girlfriend opened the bedroom door asking if I'm okay because she heard me calling for her, but she was washing the dishes. She said she heard me call for her and begun to walk toward the room, but when she heard me walking around the room, she figured I was okay. I never got out of bed though. I have no idea who or what threatened my life, or shook and grabbed me on my side, and there were no markings on my body after the events, but I promise that the feeling of dread and the feeling of being grabbed were definitely real. Some backstory first. Strange things are happening from like 2 months ago. I don't remember the day, but it was in May. I was walking to my work. I always pass through an underpass, really small, but with no secondary exit, just an entrance and the main exit. I heard behind me a bicycle, so I got near the wall to let the cyclist pass. I saw her, a woman on a bicycle. I turned my head looking at other cars passing, and then the bicycle noise disappeared. The woman didn't pass, and as I said, there's no other exit. A woman just disappeared in a few seconds, with her bicycle too. From that day, I had the sensation of being followed everywhere, which I've never had before. Especially when I take a shower and when I go to sleep. Basically, when I'm alone or in the dark. From that day, I've had weird dreams. Some people said it was sleep paralysis, but I don't really think that. It was a weird experience where I just felt a female voice speaking to my right ear, and I couldn't open my right eye. I even felt something on my chest, like if she was on me. Then, some nights ago, I think it's been 4 or 5 days, I was watching videos on my bed. It was 1 PM and I was about to go to sleep. When I got up to get some water, I saw it. I saw a shadow figure in the dark. It was for some seconds, but I saw something. I really got scared and got out on my bed a bit again. I turned on my left side and I was thinking about what the fuck I just saw. Then behind, some weird light started flashing on the wall. It was pure darkness and everything was closed. And exactly after I saw the shadow figure, these weird lights just started appearing out of nowhere. Doesn't seem a normal thing to me. Also, from that day, I hear people talking or just calling me, with some familiar voices, family or friends. But then when I ask them about it, they say they didn't say anything. This happens to everyone. After that disappearing woman, it started to get more and more frequent. Now I hear that nearly every day, someone just calling me. But no one actually does it. Last thing, yesterday night, I was just playing Minecraft on my PC. It was 3 or 4 PM I think, I don't really remember the hour. I had my lights off because of course it's in the middle of the night, and my family was sleeping. Then something started touching me. Not in that sense, geez, just touching my shirt and my pants. To just move the parts that aren't touching my body. I don't really know how to explain this, I hope you got it, lol. I immediately turned my phone's flashlight on, turned off my PC, and and went to bed scared as fuck again. I don't know if this thing just wants to communicate with me, or if I'm just going crazy. So it was a really hot summer day, and me and my buddy just finished with our school exams and were heading home. Right after passing through a building that people believed was haunted, we decided to enter and explore it. After entering inside, we didn't notice anything out of the ordinary besides old furniture that had been brought by people that used to hang out there and have sex, I guess. But after stepping on many blankets and bottles, we saw that the house had stairs that lead to the basement and stairs that lead to the upper floor. We decided to go for the basement, and while the basement was not like a typical horror movie basement with no light and only one staircase, it was still creepy. Down there were windows that dimmed light inside, but there were some corners in that basement that were pretty dark because of the wall angles that didn't let the light go through the whole basement. There also were exits that we could get inside the basements again. So again, this wasn't the cliche horror movie basement. After going down the stairs, we explored the whole thing and we found nothing out of the ordinary, so we decided to head back. And this is where things got weird. Right as we're about to start going up the stairs, I noticed a big object right next to the staircase that started there and finished under the stairs. I told my buddy that I'm about to check it out to see if it's another mattress like the countless mattresses that were there at the time. When I came close though, I saw something that as a teenage boy, it shook me to my core. It was a dog, and it was dead. Not just dead, but it looked like it was strangled. His head was looking behind his body. I don't know how to explain this in order for you guys to picture it, but imagine the dog's scalp touching his back. Its neck was broken and his eyes were wide open. After seeing this, we wanted to run, but my curiosity got the better of me. For some reason, I was expecting some kind of interaction from it, and I found a stick just so I could poke it. After finding the stick, I poked it a number of times, and it felt like I was poking a statue, but clearly this wasn't one, as the decomposition of the body was already visible. The weird thing is that there was no smell, no rotting smell or anything, to be honest. It was just a common abandoned place smell, like old mattresses, alcohol and piss. At this point, we decided to start going upstairs, and we talked about why someone would do this, while also questioning whether or not it was an intentional strangling or just a car accident that the driver thought it would be a good idea to pick the dog up and throw it in some abandoned place that no one could possibly discover. After heading up the stairs, we saw another weird thing, and this I can't till this day explain. In one of the stairs that were leading to the upper floor, I saw ice. But no ordinary ice, the kind of ice that forms after an outside tap is open, and after being exposed to cold temperatures, the water drops form a kind of reverse stalagmite. Keep in mind that there was no water in the ceiling, and it's like 40 degrees Celsius or 102 degrees Fahrenheit. So then, me and my buddy tried to touch to see if it was actual ice or just a glassy object that really resembled real ice, and if it was real. The ice was real. The feeling was so surreal, and I couldn't think of anything that could possibly link these two unexplained things together. Later on, I found out that this wasn't a house, but rather an abandoned project for a daycare building, because for some unknown reason, the funding was suddenly cut. What's odd is that I still can't link those two together. Maybe it was just a coincidence that those two strange things happened at the same time, although to be fair, the dog seemed like it was there quite some time. And I can't say the same for the ice though. While I don't know the exact time that the ice was there, but I highly doubt that it was around for too long. Also, in the dog's case, even if it was an accident, it would mean that the driver had to carry the dog on foot because there's no road access to that building. And any reasonable person would first at least put the dog in a bag or something. In this case, the dog wasn't covered at all. So that would mean that the driver could be seen carrying with bare hands a dog with a broken neck. That would be disgusting to watch, let alone do. So, to start with a bit of context, I'm going to be an English teacher in middle school and high school next year for the first time ever. This has always been something I wanted to do, and I'm so excited about it. But, because there is a but, I am very bittersweet that my uncle and my granddad, who both passed away, won't be there to see me achieve my lifelong dream. Around a week ago, I called my boyfriend as I was going to work. I work at a small supermarket, trying to hold back my tears as I was thinking about my late uncle and granddad. I told him I was sad they weren't there, and he said that he was sure they were still around and they were proud of me. I then just went to work and forgot about this conversation until 2 days later. I was working an early shift and was at the till cashing up people. Suddenly, a fairly big man came. My uncle was waiting for his stomach reduction when he died. At the till and acted exactly the way my uncle would have, as he asked a lady to stop yelling at her in the shop as she was on the phone. She was so rude and she didn't even acknowledge me. What is funny is that a few years back, he died of COVID about a year ago. He told us the same story with the exact same words while he was in the doctor's waiting room. I didn't really think much of it and kept on working. But what is even more crazy is that around 10ish, I thought I saw my granddad's ghost in the shop. And I was so shocked and literally couldn't focus on clients as I was trying to figure out whether I was daydreaming or not. There was an old, thin, ill-looking guy. My granddad passed of cancer in 2015, who looked just like him. The same haircuts, the same colours and type of clothing, the same body shape. Everything he was made me think of my granddad. What was amazing is that although both men came at very different times and are definitely not regulars, they were kind-hearted and told me to take care of myself. In a way, I believe it was them telling me they are still around, looking after us, and making sure we are sound and happy. This happened around the last week of July, and I've been working early shifts again since then, and haven't seen them since. Have you lived anything similar? When I was a young teenager, I was playing tag with my little cousin at my grandparents' house. We were running throughout the house, having fun. At one point, I ended up running towards the end of the hallway, where my grandparents' room is. But as I ran down, time slowed down, and everything almost seemed to freeze for a split second. While time was slowed down, I looked to my right into the guest bedroom and saw a small, really old lady with salt and pepper hair, pasty skin, and a long white sleeping gown. I immediately felt freezing cold, uneasy, and scared. I had no idea who this lady was, and I didn't know what to do. Then, just as fast as time slowed, it went back to normal, and I collapsed into my grandparents' room. I got up, creeped out and confused, but went to check the room to see if someone was actually in there. But there was no one there. Cut to a few months in the future. It's summer break, and my family and I decided to go visit our relatives in Mexico. We went to a fancy big flea market about an hour from our little town to check everything out. Everything was going great until I felt that same freezing cold feeling as I did in my grandparents' house. I turned to my right and see the same old lady walking beside me. I froze in fear because it legit was the same old lady. Salt and pepper hair, pasty skin, long white sleeping gown. She kept walking until she was out of sight and I just stood there watching. Am I going crazy? Or was that like some glitch in the Matrix? Paranormal? I appreciate any help. The last few nights, I've been having pretty intense dreams. Not really nightmares, I'm used to those, but vivid dreams that are just oppressive with anxiety. It's starting to get to the point that I can't really go to sleep. I have work in the morning and should be asleep right now, yet here I am after 2 a.m, physically and mentally fatigued, but completely wide awake. A quick note here as well that compared to many other stories you can find online, this event is probably going to seem pretty mild. I guess I'm trying to say not to get too high of expectations as far as paranormal stuff goes. Anyway, here we go. About 5 years ago, my wife and I moved from the city out to a house more in the country. The house is a coal miner house that can be commonly found in this area of Pennsylvania. They are big, yet somehow always feel cramped. Generally not the best insulated and old. So most of the time, they need a good bit of fixing up. We were happy enough though, because it meant moving away from the city. Plus the rent was cheap, and our landlord was friends of my wife's family. So all in all, a good move. Our landlords bought the place for their daughter after the previous owner, an elderly blind lady who went to their church, passed away. Not in the house though. Her health dropped and she moved into a hospice for about a month, before passing away quietly in her sleep. Our landlords bought it from her family for their daughter, but she had just gotten married and moved in with her husband, and they didn't want it to sit empty for the winter. So we moved in, and things were good. The house itself was essentially set up like a duplex split vertically, but there was a door upstairs that connected both sides. The other side from us was empty and hadn't been updated since the elderly lady lived there. The power and water was shut off on that side, and since we had access to the whole place, we pretty much just used it for storage. I say all of this because from day one, my wife had bad vibes from the vacant side. I was okay with it. By this point in our relationship, I was well familiar with her sensitivity to these things. At this time, I was open to the existence of the unexplainable. I've known many people who have had paranormal events happen. I even once worked with a guy who claimed he saw a Bigfoot while hunting. I've had weird occurrences happen and strange events when I was a kid, but nothing that I would concretely define as paranormal. Now, I am very paranoid by nature, but life experience has taught me that the worst thing that can go bump in the night is another person. My wife brought up this bad vibe from time to time. It seemed to ebb in and out. She had explained that it seemed centralized in the attic and was dark and predatory, but curious and seemingly wanting to be around. There were several times that I had looked the whole house over for her, just in case. Eventually, I completely locked the other side up in such a way that the only way to get to that side was to go in from the side we lived in and cross through the door that separated the two halves. The attic itself was just a little crawl space that had recently been updated with modern insulation. The only access was a small hatch on the vacant side ceiling. No stairs or ladder attached to it. So things went pretty well for the 5 years. Every now and then there would be a weird creak or a small bang, but it's an old house, and also we had 2 dogs and a cat, so that's to be expected. Anytime a specifically strange creak would happen, which would sound like someone walking around, I would go over and check. But nothing. No boogeyman, no weirdo living in a secret passage. Just a few old echoey walls and some extra boxes filled with Christmas decorations. So the event in question happened last week. My wife and I finally have been able to get a house of our own. We actually moved in just this previous weekend, so naturally all last week we were packing things up and moving our things out from the vacant side, so they'd be ready when we got the U-Haul. I've been working from home ever since the COVID pandemic started last year, and was taking a lunch break. My office is upstairs, and I had walked downstairs and grabbed some lunch. My wife was at her work, as was one of our dogs. He's a service dog for her and mostly goes everywhere with her. So there I was, sitting down, eating and watching TV, and out of nowhere, I heard a clear and distinct voice say, "Come closer." The voice came from directly overhead in the upstairs hallway. Not the hallway on the vacant side, the upstairs hallway on the side that we lived in. The voice was quiet. It sounded like someone trying to whisper loud enough that they could be heard on the same floor, but not by anyone else. I immediately stopped everything I was doing and listened closer. The voice spoke again. "Come closer." It was the same forced whisper, and I absolutely was not imagining it. This time I could tell it was distinctively feminine, and that it was in a way that the voice was coming from the end of the hallway that leads to the door that bisects the house and was projected towards the other end where our stairs were. I could also tell that the voice seemed to be speaking to someone, but not me. I stood up and turned off the TV, kind of in a weird way of shock. Strangely enough, I was really taken off guard, not just that I was hearing this, but that it wasn't directed to me, and my mind was racing on who it could be and who it could be talking to. It then hit me that our other dog, a little Jack Russell mix, wasn't with me, eyeing me up for scraps like he normally would be. Sure enough, I heard the voice a third time say, "Come closer." Only it sounded like there was hints of amusement, like the person saying it was smiling. Immediately, and I mean immediately, I heard my dog bark. He was at the top of the stairs and it was a fast, panicked bark. I grabbed the handgun I keep in a drawer in the room I was in and bolted towards the stairs. Anyway, I went moving into the kitchen and turned to face the stairs. Just as I did, I saw my Jack Russell scrambling past my feet, evidently running from something. I carefully climbed the stairs, moving slowly and listening as hard as I could. As I reached the top, I turned down the hallway and found nothing. Nothing at all. For the next 20 minutes, I searched the whole upstairs. Office, bathroom, closets, everything. There was no one and nothing out of place. Next, I went to the door that led to the vacant side. I always kept a 5-gallon bucket and a dolly propped against it. This was mainly to keep the animals from going to the vacant side. The door was old and swollen and didn't latch right and would pop open when it got hot or cold out. So while it is easy enough to move them out of the way, it would be difficult to move the items back against the door if you were going from our side to the vacant side. And yet, there was the dolly and bucket right where they were supposed to be, pressed against the door. I went over on that side anyway and checked up and down. All the windows were locked, all the doors sealed. Nothing out of place. The whole experience had me so frazzled and, to be honest, a bit panicked. This truly was not just an auditory hallucination. I genuinely heard someone talking, and not just me, but my dog heard it as well. I ended up texting my wife and she called me when she had a minute. I just explained what happened and that helped calm me down a bit. She, of course, reminded me of the feelings she had gotten and I had to agree with her. This happened on Thursday and we actually ended up moving on Friday, which was what we had previously planned on anyway. But the entire time that it was there, especially for the rest of my workday, I literally felt like someone was standing directly behind me, looking over my shoulder. You know the feeling I mean when someone is behind you or looking at you, and you don't know it, but you can somehow feel it. So you look, but in this case, still just nothing. Anyway, we're moved into our new place now. We still have some odds and ends to bring over. We were moving things individually on Monday and Tuesday, but there is now this incredible feeling of anxiety and being watched that we are waiting for this Saturday, when we can both go together and finish cleaning everything out. I think once all of our things are out of the house and we have officially closed that chapter, I'll feel a lot better. But wow, I didn't realize that things like this could feel like this. I know it probably sounds silly, but I still can't shake how it made me feel. Whatever it was, if it actually even is anything, it's definitely still at the old house and seemingly content to stay there, or unable to move away. I think what has shaken me the most though, was that it didn't and does not feel human. Like, when you talk about a ghost or something like that, you are talking about a human spirit or an echo of human energy or something like that. But this didn't feel like anything I've ever experienced. Not human, not animal, nothing normal. Especially that day when I couldn't shake that something was right behind me. It was just this weight of anxiety, and as dumb as it sounds, like something that is both extremely hungry, but too curious with me to do anything about it. Yet, I don't know, I'm tired. I'm probably not making sense. Many years ago, me, female, then around 9, and my sister, then around 6, went to our cabin in the Norwegian mountains with our dad and stepmom. There are 3 bedrooms in our cabin. Me and my sister always slept in the one in the middle. Pretty small room with a bunk bed. Me in the top bunk and my sister in the bottom bunk. There's a window there, but since our cabin is built on a kind of hill, there is some height between the window and the ground outside. This one time, I wake up in the middle of the night. The moonlight was really strong that night and it had it lit up our room. I remember immediately looking at the wall across from our bed, like I knew something was there and it woke me up. On the wall, there were 2 shadows, very clearly 2 people holding hands. Looked like 2 young boys, one a bit taller than the other. I looked for a while, trying to figure out what the hell this was. They just stood there completely still. I got scared and I went back to sleep. As I was in the top bunk, I felt a bit safer. Next day, at the breakfast table, I finally told everyone what I had seen last night. That's when my sister, who slept in the bottom bunk, told me she also woke up that night and saw the exact same thing. We still talk about it to this day. We remember all the same details. We have no idea what the hell that was. It couldn't have been from outside because of the window that was too high up. Also, who would it be? Everyone else was asleep in the room next to us. Hello. In 1979, I was just 8 years old and moved home, lived there for 10 years with my parents and younger sister from a really rough inner city area with terraced housing and cobbled streets to a much more rural area of my country with fields and cows, etc. It was a semi-detached house with a sports field and farmland at the back of the house. One of the first things I can remember about the house is that at night, I used to hear heavy breathing right next to my ear when laying in bed. I never told anyone about it. I knew it wasn't my imagination because one night, my younger sister, she slept in a different room, was shouting out for my father, telling him she could hear heavy breathing right next to her ear. Sometimes I used to lay there at the night thinking I've not heard that heavy breathing for a while. Then almost as it was reading my thoughts, the heavy breathing would come back within seconds, right next to my ear. I got given a puppy and one evening she was barking up at the ceiling in the corner. It was strange behaviour, as if she could hear something upstairs and everyone was downstairs. I think it was beings coming in and out of the portal. Another time, one evening, it might have been winter, we all heard a loud thud coming from upstairs and something heavy walking around the corner of the parents' bedroom. Everyone was downstairs, including the dog. At night, you could sometimes hear like a strange collective whispering noise. After a couple of years of living in the house, my relationship with my parents became mentally and physically abusive to the point where they were being violent against me. This was part of the demonic plan, in my opinion. I think my family were being targeted by other people, probably Satanists. People had befriended my mother back then, who I've later worked out were not good people. The people who lived in the house before us, I was told, were Mormons as well. The shed. There were strange symbols chalked in white on the shed door. There was a 5-pointed star and a ghostly spirit image with chalked red eyes that looked straight into my soul. One day, I was looking around in the shed when I found these jam jars with white powder inside them. There must have been at least 15 or 20 of them hidden away with all the other clutter in the bottom right-hand corner. The jars seemed to be sealed with something inside, maybe candle wax. I started to open one of the jars and at that point, I felt a strong creepy presence right behind me. So I got out of there and never touched those jars again. I've become aware from my research that those were spell jars. Demons on my landing? One time, I was dreaming flying around outside my house. At this point, I must have been around 14. It must have been about 5:30 or 6 a.m. in the morning, and it was light outside. I'd had dreams like this before, especially when I was younger. I think they call it a psychic dream when you're fully conscious and aware of your surroundings. Anyway, I started to fly into my house and up the staircase until I was halfway up the stairs, and I noticed strange looking beings hovering on the landing next to the bedrooms. There were at least three of them from what I can remember, and they were levitating a couple of inches off the carpet floating. They were about 3 foot tall, and the closest thing I can say they looked like was the little blue doctors from the film Communion. They had their eyes closed and were making some kind of weird sound, a bit like an sound but stranger, as if they were meditating. I wanted to take on as much info as possible, but didn't want them to open their eyes and look straight at me. I managed to fly back into my body and woke up straight away in shock and jolting torso forward out of my bed. I didn't check the landing until about an hour and a half later. I just lay there. There was nothing on the landing when I checked. My family were fast asleep. Trapped in my bedroom in the middle of the night. I woke up one night. I must have been 15 or 16 years old and was probably about 3 a.m. And there was a strange red light in my bedroom. It lit up about 1/3 of my room. I didn't know what to do. I was worried there might be something in the room with me, but I couldn't see anything. I was scared, and at some point I do remember making a run for my bedroom door. I got to where my bedroom door handle should have been, but there was no door handle and no door. Just a wall, no light switch from what I can remember either. So I went back to bed. I couldn't sleep, and I remember getting back up to look out my bedroom window. But there was a massive glare coming back in. I couldn't make anything out. In the end, I just threw the sheets over my head, and it took ages, but I fell asleep in the end. Fairy ring at the back of our house. One autumn evening, about 1987, I remember having a thought form, where is your dog? I used to worry a lot about my dog. I alone in the house again, so I started to looking for my dog. I couldn't find her anywhere, so I thought she must be outside. At the back of our garden, there were mushrooms growing in the circle. I was outside, halfway down the garden. It was pitch black because it was just fields, no street lights. It was just backlit by the kitchen light from our house. I could just make out a tall shadow figures dancing in a crazy way inside the mushroom ring. I decided not to walk any further. I watched them for a short time, maybe a minute or so, and went back inside the house where I found my dog. I think shadow figures wanted to take me. In autumn 1995, when I was 5 years old, my parents moved us from suburban Dublin to a small town in a neighbouring county. Nowadays, that area would almost be considered suburban, but back then, it was in the middle of nowhere, right before Ireland's economy started to really boom. They bought a house that was about 2 kilometres from the village in a field surrounded on all sides by farmland, with a little cowshed directly touching the edge of our land. It had a long driveway up to the house, 3-bedroom, 1900s dormer bungalow. As a suburban kid, I hated the place as soon as we moved there. My parents were in their late 20s, early 30s at the time, had bought, grown up in the city, and wanted to experience country life. So it was an opportunity to do a renovation. When we moved in, the place was rancid. Nobody had lived in the house for decades. I remember the water running yellow from the taps and the kitchen being non-existent when we moved in, and the heating wasn't installed yet. On our first Saturday there, I remember we watched what I think was GoldenEye. It could have been a trailer for it that I remember. I was only 5. Beside an electric heater with duvets around a tiny TV. It was bleak at first. As it moved into winter, my parents were renovating room by room, and I experienced my first memorable snowstorm. Our electricity went out, and I remember my mom trying to keep me chill while she lit candles. Over time, things got better, and they renovated the upstairs room first. When you walked up the stairs, there was one big room we all put our beds into that connected to an attic space, which I remember helping my dad put rat traps and sticky bug tape into. Anyway, over time, they renovated all the rooms in the house, and it turned out really nice. It was very 90s with loads of bright colours and a country kitchen, but my mother was really depressed there. This was a time before the internet took off, and in Ireland at the time, once you left the cities, you only had 3 channels and they were all Irish, which in 1995 was not a good thing. She felt isolated, and I remember a few times she let me take the day off school and stay home. I think because she was lonely. Anyway, in August 1996, they gave up and moved us back to the city. They bought a really nice brand new home right before house prices skyrocketed, and I even got to rejoin the class I had spent a couple months with in 1995. In 2011, when I was 21, my dad and I went for a drive together and decided to drive back to that town. He started telling me stories about that house, and suddenly, a bunch of experience I'd had suddenly made sense. Remember that big room upstairs? My whole life I've had this recurring dream where I'm lying on my bed, my parents are downstairs with family over, and as I close my eyes, I can see shadows moving in front of me between the hanging light and the bed, as if someone is walking back and forth in front of me. I've had that dream maybe 20 times. My dad told me that one of the major reasons they left was because they felt the place was haunted. My mom was already depressed being alone there, while he commuted into the city every day, but that she also had experiences that made it very difficult for her to be alone by herself. Both of them had also experienced the shadows and the lights. He told me that once she was brushing her teeth in the downstairs bathroom, felt a cold sensation, and then the back of her robe was pulled so hard she dropped a toothbrush. But the bit that really freaked her out was me talking to myself. My sister had been freaked out by this too. One night, and I remember this as clear as day, my parents had friends over. I was playing in my bedroom, now downstairs, and I had an 80s arcade machine in my room that my dad had gotten somewhere. You didn't need to put change in to make it work, but I remember very clearly that I was with a girl who wanted to know how it worked. Something happened, and she convinced me to get some change and try to force it in. I went to my mom and lied and told her that I needed some money for the charity box school had given me. She gave it to me, and the girl tried to slot it in. My mom came in, and she was really mad at me because I had lied. I told her that the girl told me to, and my memory gets foggy after that. My dad in the car that night told me that there never was any girl, and that wasn't the first time I had seen her. The other time I was playing in the front garden and the gate, and my dad noticed me talking to myself. He came over and I told him, I'm just talking to the girl. And I remember him being like, okay, that's nice, and not making a deal of it. But again, there was no girl. One time, when they weren't looking and I was with her, she touched me for the first time. This is the only time I really thought as a kid that something was strange. She touched my hand and immediately disappeared. I mean, I was 5. I didn't know what had happened, but one minute she was there and the next she was gone, and I had this incredible need to take off the t-shirt I was wearing. It felt like that feeling when you know there's a spider on you. I ran up to the house and into my room and pulled my clothes off, stomping on them. My mom noticed this too, but I don't remember anything after that. Anyway, the old house, the smells of rotten eggs and the birds constantly flying into the windows were creepy enough without all that. It's apparently really sunk in with my dad when he was at the mechanics in town one day, making small talk, and one of the lads said, "You're brave living in that place." Apparently it had been abandoned for years and had been known locally as a very creepy spot that people would stop and look into on country walks, wondering about it. When we eventually got back to it on our drive, the place was once again abandoned, and being used solely for storage by whoever bought it. It still looks creepy today, and the gypsies or travellers who bought it have put a big religious shrine in front of the house. Firstly, as most of these stories go, is that I don't really believe in the ghost stuff. I love reading about it as it's fun, but that's it. But here's two instances I can't explain, but I'm sure there is a rational explanation other than ghosts. I have a third, but I could probably explain it as a young schoolboy peer group hysteria. Anyways, event number 1. When I was about 8 years old, I'm 49 now, I went to the bathroom upstairs just before going to bed. And while I was taking a leak, my mother went into the bedroom to make my bed. She then walked past the bathroom and said good night and went downstairs and closed the door, all while I was still in the bathroom. I know the door got closed because my granddad had put this wood effect sticky paper on it to pretty it up, and the ends at the bottom of the door made a distinct scraping noise against the carpet whenever it was opened or closed. I came out of the bathroom only to still see my mother still making the bed. The sheet appeared to flick over and she remained static, still hunched over the bed, but turned her head from looking straight down at the bed to looking at me very slowly to her left. I knew straight away this person was not my mother, and I began to shout for my mother while slowly moving downstairs with my eyes fixated on this person. I could hear her shout back things along, "What is it?" or "What do you want? What's the matter?" I couldn't really tell you what she said, but the voice came from downstairs, and that's all I needed to know. This seemed to go on for an eternity as I continued to shout, and it felt like my mother would not come to the door unless I looked away from this person. So as my fear grew to a point, enough was enough. I looked away, and at that exact second, my mother opened the door, and I looked back towards where this apparition was, explaining to my mother as she came upstairs what was wrong. But there was nothing there. What did I think? I was a kid and didn't see my mother that often, so maybe I was tired and something played back in my memory. Event number 2. I was around 24 and was living with my then girlfriend at the time, and we stayed in a 2-bedroom flat which was shared with her female friend. We had the bedroom with the only bathroom in, and the only other room was a lounge kitchen area which, if our bedroom door was open, you would be able to see straight into. One night I was asleep and had a strange dream which woke me up. I kind of sat up in bed and looked towards the end of the bed where the door was. I felt spooked because the door was open and it was light in there. Well, not spooky initially, but as my eyes started to focus, the room was not our lounge, but appeared to be about 200 years old with furniture suited to the time. Instantly, I rubbed my eyes and my mind started thinking, what the fuck? As I tried to focus again, the room looked darker, but the time had moved on maybe 100 years with different furniture. I kept blinking as I was in disbelief, and eventually, after rubbing my eyes again and sitting myself upwards to fully wake myself up, all I could see was a dark, closed door as I would expect to see. I lay back down trying to make sense of what had just happened, deciding whether to get up and go to the toilet or get a drink when something fell on my left foot. The double bed was against one wall, which my girlfriend at the time slept toward on the left and I was on the right. She loved having lots of cushions and pillows on the bed, so I naturally assumed one had fallen onto my foot. No big deal. But on my left foot, the pressure remained constant and some kind of force pushed my left foot from being pointed upright, 12 o'clock, to flat against the bed, 9 o'clock. This would be impossible for me to move my foot into that position, as it would hurt, but this force gently pushed until my foot stayed in that position. I didn't feel any pain other than an ice-cold sensation, moving slowly up my left leg until halfway up my thigh, and stopped. This didn't feel normal at all, and I looked towards the end of the bed. All I could see was a shadow hunched over my feet and then moved slowly to the right side of me, constantly looking over me as it walked alongside me. The only way I can describe the shadow was that it was see-through and appeared to be made up of a moving noise texture. I reached over with my left hand to grab my girlfriend's hand as I couldn't speak and squeezed it. She pulled away, so I grabbed it again and squeezed as hard as I could. This hurt her, and she sat up, turning to her right, shouting, "What?" At this point, the shadow had moved alongside me, level with my head, and was already passing into the wall the headboard would have been against. I was then able to sit bolt upright, and then she realised something wasn't right. She gave me a hug, more for her own comfort than mine, but instantly let go because I was ice cold as if I had been in a freezer. We swapped rooms with her flatmates, as she wasn't bothered by that sort of thing either, but myself and my girlfriend on numerous occasions felt a rubbing in our lower back as if someone was trying to get our attention. Her mother and some friends had come round a few days later and felt a thick, horrible atmosphere as soon as they walked in and felt very uncomfortable. What do I think? Lucid dream, perhaps? Or her flatmate had come into the bedroom to use the bathroom, and I was still asleep or lucid, and the two overlapped. A few weeks ago, I, 29 female, was talking to this guy and we were starting to stay in each other's places and everything going good. One night, he stayed at my place and went to sleep after a couple of hours. I woke up a few hours after we'd gone to sleep in the middle of the night. I checked the time and it was past 3 a.m. I don't remember the exact time though, but my point is that I felt my bed shaken when I was sleeping. I woke up because I felt movement. I could not explain how I was able to feel the bed shake. I had no clue what had just happened. The shake felt like a soft but still persistent shake, almost as if the bed was levitating from the floor and then proceeded with the shake. The feeling of the bed movement would be gone as soon as I woke up. Also, I have to mention that this is not the first occasion I've felt this. Previously in 2016 and 2017, I don't remember exactly the time, but it was around then, I'd experienced this more frequently, like 2 times a week or so for a 3 or 6 period of weeks happening to me. I may mention that during that time, I was depressed and very broken, and I'm thinking that maybe that have opened some unwanted doors or vibrations. For instance, this most recent occasion, the story I'm writing about, I'm trying to find it a solution. He's a heavy drinker and works in civil engineering. I understand he might be under pressure almost all the time, and maybe he was low vining, not understanding what this might be. When I was a kid, my mother, who recently passed away, always told me she was sensitive to paranormal things. She had claimed to see things, hear things, feel things. As a kid and a teenager, I assumed she was full of it. I'm interested in the paranormal, but I've always been a bit of a skeptic, and if I'm being honest, it scares me. So I used to say, haha, okay mom, whatever you say. As I've gotten older, I feel like in a way, maybe I'm sensitive to things too. I've never really seen anything per se, but I feel like I sense things and hear things, and it makes me incredibly paranoid. I try to ignore it as much as I can. The past year, I've had a few experiences. Loud noises and bangs in my house with no cause. Things moving, sounds of footsteps, feeling like I'm not alone. My husband laughs it off and assumes there is a logical reason for everything, and maybe there is. Like I said, I am a skeptic. But for example though, one day I came home and found my flower vase that I keep on the kitchen table, sitting upright in the kitchen sink. Checked my house and all my doors and windows were locked. My husband was at work, no one was in the house. I convinced myself maybe I had done it and forgot. I can be forgetful sometimes. I came home from work one night, went in the kitchen to grab some food, and heard a loud bang directly above me. In our guest room, I mean a loud, unmistakable crash. It sounded to me in that moment like some sort of furniture had fallen over. Maybe the top part of my dresser with the mirror attached had fallen off. Scared the shit out of my cat too. I ran upstairs, find my husband sound asleep in my room. Go in the guest room, nothing fell. I checked the closets and bathrooms, no one there. It didn't even wake my husband. Okay, I'm tired, I'm imagining things. But then, why did it scare the cat too? Fast forward to today. I'm sitting in my living room. I've got headphones in, but I hear a shuffling noise. I pause a TikTok I'm watching, take out my headphones and look around. Nothing. The TV is off, my husband is napping. The house is quiet, but it happens again. My cat hears it. She gets up and literally runs to hide behind the couch. I've never seen her hunker down in fear before, but she did just that. She hid, and I get up to look around because I still hear the shuffling. It sounds like it's coming from across the room, but nothing is there. My cat eases out from behind the couch and is crouched down, hair sticking out and tail fluffed, and starts slowly creeping over to check it out. It's several minutes later now, but she's still sitting with me, staring at the corner, growling occasionally. I'm starting to feel like I can't ignore this anymore. I'm in therapy and I'm medicated, and my therapist always asks, "Are you seeing things? Hearing things?" But I'm afraid to say yes because he'll think I'm losing it. And what if I am? I work night audit at a hotel, and about a week ago, I kept hearing clear, distinct voices. For context, it was very late, maybe 2 or 3 in the morning. We only have 3 rooms on the ground floor, as well as the front desk and office area, the dining room, the kitchen, the meeting room, pool, gym, and the laundry room, and a little vending area. I went and checked every room just to see if someone was down there because, again, it's the middle of the night. Usually I don't see anyone until at least 5 a.m, apart from the occasional straggler looking for a snack. But there was no one. I checked the whole ground floor. No one. And it sounded like they were right outside the door to the office area. I say, okay, it's late, I'm getting tired, and I've definitely watched too many scary videos. It's so quiet down here, and I'm easily spooked, so my mind is just playing tricks on me. But what if it's not? There have been so many small things, small occurrences, and I brushed them off. I thought about the possibility of a haunted house, but then how would I hear things at work too? And why would my pets react? So then I consider, would I be experiencing a psychosis? Should I tell my therapist? Or should I call a priest? A lot has happened in the last month. My mom died, I had a miscarriage, and I found out I can't go to school because I'm not eligible for a loan. Maybe it's stress sending me into a bipolar episode? Is any of it real? Am I imagining things? What's worse, it being real and somehow paranormal, or it being a psychotic break? I don't know. Do I tell my therapist and risk being institutionalized, or medicated out of my mind? Do I continue to ignore it? I feel like I'm going crazy. This is the only place I know where to talk about it without sounding completely batshit. I should also say I'm bipolar too, and I don't have full-fledged mania. For me, it's always been more depression and anger than anything else, with a little hypomania sprinkled in here and there. I'm an 18-year-old male, and I live in Italy, in a very small town, population of about 500 or 700, in the middle of the countryside in the Po, Italy's longest river valley. I always was a weird kid, and I didn't have any friends. I was also very reckless, and I loved doing adrenaline-pumping things. Back when I was about 12 or 13, I used to sneak out of my home in the late evening. My parents were still out for work, and my grandma was too old to control me, and go walking around in the small paths between the fields, just for the scary feeling that gave me being alone in the dark. I know like the back of my hand the zone, and I had a pocket knife with me, so I felt somewhat safe. One time I went further than the other times, and the little earthy trails started becoming small gravelly roads, but I continued walking until I saw a crossroad. There were others in the zone, smaller, but that thing scared me. Then I saw a man, dressed elegantly with a cylinder, riding a black horse coming from the left. I've never seen a horse in my town before, and I knew for a fact no one rode horses there. The man looked at me, then turned his head back toward and stopped near a brick pillar, watched it for a bit, and then I started watching around me to see if there wasn't anybody else. And the horseman was completely vanished, so I ran back home. That night I couldn't sleep because I thought I saw the horseman watching me from my window. I went back to the point where I saw him some other time, but I never saw him again and everything seemed normal. After a couple of weeks, I had a sleep paralysis, not my first and not my last. But that time, there were the same horsemen from the crossroad in my room, watching me, and he was getting closer till I felt the horse breathing on my face, and the smell. I went back to searching the crossroad a week ago because I remembered the story, but I didn't find anything, just other fields. I hope because someone built over it, and not because it was a dreamlike place. So age 7 is when I witnessed my sister and her friends playing with a Ouija board, and even though I didn't take part, something still attached to me. Almost immediately, activity started happening. Our cats were hissing and swatting at something that wasn't there. My dog would have panic attacks around doorways and would snarl and bark and basically go in full defense mode. The night after the Ouija board was played with, the pictures hanging in the living room and resting on the entertainment system, and candles my mom has throughout the living room and kitchen were all moved. Nobody had seen it happen, but everyone, my mom, my older sister, and myself in the trailer, have heard noises, but nobody got up to check. My sister and I knew what was going on, but our mom didn't. She thought we were up all night partying and yelled at us for rearranging everything. Fast forward a few months, it's one of the few rain, thunder, and lightning storms in Anchorage, and I had a friend staying over. We'll call him Ian, it's not his real name. We were playing Army Man 3D on PS1 in my room with the blinds up, watching the lightning and listening to the rumbling of thunder, when there was a loud smack at my window. We both jumped and looked at the window, thinking lightning must have struck. We were young, not that bright. But I mentioned to Ian this was probably a bird flying into the window. Moments later, the rain, thunder, and lightning stop. Condensation sets in on the window, and on the window is an outline of a person's face, chest, and arms sprawled across my window. Ian starts crying and begging for his mom to come and get him. He ends up going, but he tells his mom and my mom that he had a nightmare. Now, about the trailer we lived in, it was raised about 6 or 7 foot off the ground, and we have had friends in the neighbourhood who would occasionally pull pranks, and we also had lots of creeps in the neighbourhood who were caught peeking in windows. But the imprint on my window did not look human. The nose looked like it was torn off along with part of the lips, and the arm span seemingly too long to be a person's. I never spoke of this incident until 2 years ago. On 3 separate occasions, my sister had the cord in her headphones to her Walkman cut. All 3 times I wasn't home and my sister was either at a friend's or in the shower. My mom and sister honestly thought it was me cutting them to get back at my sister for something she did. But after the 3rd time of the wires getting cut and proving to both my sister and mom that I wasn't around to do it, and that they weren't home either, is when they really started to believe something was happening. After the headphone incident, my grandmother came to visit to help my sister and I. She was digging through the closet looking for a mousetrap when she discovered the Ouija board. My grandmother came unglued when she found it and went on a rant to my sister and I about what can be opened and what can come through by using it, and that it's not a toy. My grandmother then proceeded to destroy the board and then blessed the house. After my grandmother told my mom everything that happened and that she shouldn't have let my sister buy it, My mom was unaware that my sister had purchased it from an estate sale just down the road from us. I spent that night at my dad's house to kind of get away from the drama at my mom's. The following day, I came home and everyone seems on edge and nobody would talk to me really. After settling down in my room, my sister comes in and tells me, "Grandma saw a ghost boy last night in Mom's room." I didn't believe her at first, so she went into more detail. She told me, "Grandma woke up at 3 a.m. to the hall light being turned up to where it was super bright, then being dimmed all the way down, and when she sat up to get her slippers on, she heard the door creak open a little more and thought she saw you. She called out to you, but you wouldn't answer, and when she got close enough to see it wasn't you, she started screaming. She said the boy was dressed in an early 1900s sailor suit, had pale or grey skin, dark blue and black around the eyes and lips, and he grinned at her before vanishing." My mom, grandmother, and sister slept in the same bed that night. After this event, things were quiet for a little while. Occasionally, cupboards would open and close, we would hear footsteps in the hallway, voices from time to time yelling one of our names from another room. Fast forward another 3 months, my mom finds out she's having another baby. We're all happy, but unfortunately we are struggling, so we have to rehome our dogs and cats. My mom gives us a week to spoil them with love before we take them to their new home. They were all taken to a new home and they had happier lives with a bigger yard and acres of land to explore with a new family. I was playing with little Bob, our Jack Russell Terrier, by throwing a blanket over me and he'd pull it off and would cover himself with it, and I'd pull it off him. It's a game we've been playing since we had him. I throw the blanket over myself when I hear things get super quiet before little Bob starts to whimper and growl at something. Before I can take the blanket off, I hear a deep, raspy old man's breathing behind me and then a really loud exhale. I froze and couldn't move, and my dog continued to try and defend me. After little Bob jumped in my lap, things felt more relaxed and the feeling of a presence in the room was gone. Fast forward 6 months. My newborn baby sister is here and we're having a nice quiet evening at home. I'm in the day room. It's added on addition to the trailer, basically a second living room. My mom and her friend, who we'll call Yolanda, were in the main living room watching TV, and my mom's friend was singing to my newborn sister in Spanish. When I hear my mom and Yolanda scream, followed by my mom screaming my name, I come running down the hallway thinking something had happened to my baby sister, when my mom stops me and demands that I go to my room and grab my Halloween skull faceplate mask with horns running across the top. I go in my room and bring it to her. She snatches it and throws it in the trash. I'm confused and ask my mom what's going on. She sits me down while Yolanda is praying in Spanish while calming down my baby sister and tells me this. I saw a figure crawling down the hallway on all fours. The limbs looked like they were dislocated and looked like they had on that mask I had thrown away. Please tell me that was you. Please tell me that was you trying to scare us. I told my mom, there's no way that was me, and I honestly started to cry because I was so scared. My mom and Yolanda both saw it, and they also saw me come out of the day room, and that night, we all slept in my mom's room. After my grandmother experienced the ghost boy in the room, things were quiet for a while. The last time we had experienced any activity was at Tonsina Lodge, far up north near Copper Center, Alaska. I don't remember when my grandmother used to work there, back in the 70s, I believe. She told me of a man named Charlie who had hung himself in the hotel, and his spirit still haunts the lodge. My grandmother and her sisters who had worked there used to have their hair pulled out and their butts grabbed by a shadow figure, which they assumed was Charlie. I got to explore Tonsina Lodge with my family in the late 2000s, when it was still run down. It's been through renovations and is up and running now. I'm not sure if Charlie's room is still there, but when I visited, they left his room as he had it. The rope he used to hang himself was still in his room. People had left him flowers, cards, cigarettes, hustler mags, and money around the noose that laid on his bed to show respect. We heard some voices, and my grandma thinks she caught a face in the window from outside the lodge, but it's disputable. I did, however, capture a giant red orb above my younger sister's head, and in the photo, she's staring directly at it. In the orb, you can almost make out a face. I believe my grandmother has the photo. I will contact her this weekend and try to see if she can find it. Fast forward to 2008. I'm now 14 and noticed that some activity has been going on around my dad's apartment. I lived with my dad for the following years to come, and my favourite Misfits beanie would disappear along with both of my dad's and stepmom's keys. One minute, my hat or their keys would be hanging up, and then they're not on the hooks. We'd split up and look throughout the apartment, which consists of 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, kitchen and living room, so it shouldn't be hard to find the missing keys or hat. After almost an hour to an hour and a half, we'd give up and just sit on the couch to rethink and retrace our steps when we'd hear a jingle and the keys would be back on the hook. Or we would hear what sounded like a towel being dropped gently, and my hat would be in the middle of the floor. A few months go by and no activity until one night I have a dream where I'm in the shoes of a corpseman on Iwo Jima, and I hear a marine screaming out for me in tall grass. When I run over to him, I try packing his wounds when I realised he's dead. Then I hear someone yell out behind me, "Tonihika Banzai." When I turned around, a Japanese soldier disguised as a bush sticks a bayonet through my chest. I woke up from the dream and my chest was really sore. I lifted up my shirt to see a giant red scratch going from above my left nipple down to my belly button. I no longer have the pic my dad took of it. My grandmother and a few others who have supernatural gifts and believes it was one of my past lives. They could be right, but it could have just been a nightmare. I do kind of believe in reincarnation since I've started to find many photos of people throughout history who look exactly like me. Fast forward to summer of 2009. I had just landed my first job working as housekeeping at the Copper River Princess Lodge. It's built on Alaskan native land, which once was used for ceremonies a long time ago. I've heard stories from family members who have previously worked there, and they would tell me about the blonde girl in a white dress who wanders through the hotel and occasionally the parking lot. Most guests who see her think she's lost and try to approach her, but by the time they do, she's gone. I don't know any other information on her besides that. One day, I get done cleaning a room when a guest comes out and complains that the people on the 3rd floor are very rude and wouldn't stop moving furniture. Confused, I ask him, "What do you mean the 3rd floor? This lodge only has 2 stories." His eyes widened and he walked back to his room to grab his stuff and leave. For those of you who worked in the hotel industry, probably have heard of experienced norovirus. A toilet and a bucket will be your closest friend for a few days. I was home alone one of the 4 days I was out, and my grandmother's dog was sleeping next to me when he began to growl at the door and bark. I thought, oh, maybe someone's home. I stumbled out of bed and opened the door to see who it was. Nobody was in the house but me. I called out, but no reply. I then crawled back into bed with the dog when he began barking and growling again at the door. I thought he might need to go to the bathroom, so I opened the door again and he began to go back further into the room. That's when a very cold chill ran down my back and the room started feeling like the window was open during the snowy season. I closed the door and put the blanket over me, thinking maybe it was just the virus. Moments later, I hear footsteps going up and down the hallway, like someone was pacing back and forth impatiently. I open up the door and it stops. I look up and down the hallway and call out and no reply. When the room gets cold again, I'm looking around when I notice I can see my breath, which wasn't normal for July. I go to close the door again, but before I do, I hear someone exhale and see someone else's breath from in front of mine. I immediately shut the door, lock it, and stuff my suitcase amongst anything else I could fit in front of it. While I'm barricading the door, my grandmother's dog is going crazy on the bed, barking, lunging at the door, and frantically looking for whatever it is that's spooking both of us. After a short while of everything being quiet, I crawl back into bed with the dog and pass out. I wake up a short while later and I jump back in the bed after I had noticed everything in front of the door is moved aside and the door is unlocked. I call out to see if someone is home and yet again, no reply. I call my grandmother to see if she had stopped by and she hasn't been home all day. She's been on a Glen Ellen shopping and checking in on my grandpa at the electric company. I decided I'm not staying in the house, so I grab the dog and a pillow and blanket and sleep on the hammock until my grandparents are home. I run it by my grandmother, who was more upset about the fact that I slept outside. It was daytime, and that a bear could have gotten me. My grandparents believe me, but they've never experienced anything in that house, and they lived there since the 1970s. It's now 2010. My mom had moved out to the trailer park into a nice 2-story house. For the first 6 months, it's quiet until my mom has her 4th kid. My youngest sister is brought home after a few days at the hospital when activity starts. My mom has a water bottle that keeps disappearing on her and popping up in a different part of the house. She has my grandmother sleep in the bed with her, and my youngest sister, who we'll call Julia, sleeps on a fold-out bed next to them, since there's lots of strange noises from the disembodied voices and footsteps around the hallway of my mom's room. I stay over a week to help and I'm sleeping in Julia's room across the hall from my mom's. It's 3:45 a.m. when I'm startled by the sound of my grandmother yelling at someone to get out. I thought she was talking to my mom's boyfriend, now stepdad, but when I come into the room, everyone is huddled up on the bed crying. The ghost boy from the trailer in the sailor suits was back, and my grandmother woke up to him standing over Julia. Then he turned around and pointed at my newborn sister. My grandmother told him, "No, you are not a child. You're a sick, disgusting demon, and you will not harm my grandbabies, my daughter or me. You will leave now before I show you something very scary." My grandmother told my mom and I this in private, not to scare Julia, and when she said the demon, that it got an angry face that changed to what looked like an older man's face with no nose and missing the upper and lower lip on the right side of the face, and he darted at her when she screamed, "Get out, you're not welcome here." My mom would live in that house for another 4 years, with little activity, from voices to footsteps. After the ghost incident at my mom's house, activity ceased to exist for quite some time. Fast forward to August of 2012. I'm about to start my senior year of high school, and things have been pretty good. My dad had moved into a 2-story house, and after a week of living there, my dad and stepmom find out the previous owner had died in the house, and her cat died a few days later of a broken heart. After finding this out, we start hearing a cat meow, and have felt something rub up against our legs at night. My dad was taking a nap and felt something jump on the bed, and thinking it was my stepmom, and went to roll over and give her a kiss when he noticed nothing was in the bed. Then he looked down and saw an imprint of something curled up, laying on the bed next to him. A day later, my dad has a shadow figure dart past him on the stairwell leading down to his bedroom. He tells my stepmom and I it later that day, but my stepmom brushed it off, thinking it's just him being paranoid from his marijuana use. That night, they go out to get food, and I'm home alone on the computer in my room. Now, the door to my room makes a loud click when it's fully closed, and it takes some muscle to open. I heard footsteps in the hallway, thinking it was my dad and stepmom, and go to check the door, when I hear a loud click and see my doorknob start to turn. Then it flies open, like someone kicked it open. I check the hallway and nobody is there. I call out and no reply. I get creeped out, so I close and lock the door and go back to shitposting on Facebook. A few moments later, I heard footsteps and my door handle starts jiggling. I call out for whoever it is to leave me alone, and surprisingly, it stops. Once my dad and stepmom get home, I come running out and tell them what happened, and my dad brushes it off, and my stepmom ignores me. The next couple of days, things are quiet until my dad gets a call from my stepmom, who's shrieking and crying and isn't making any sense of what's wrong. My dad heads to the grocery store to pick her up, where she's having a breakdown. Once they get back and my dad gets my stepmom calmed down, he comes up and tells me this. Anna was standing in an aisle and noticed a black figure at the end of the aisle. She was out in one of her peripheral when all of a sudden it was in her face in a blink of an eye and whispered in her ear that there's nothing here for you. You're not welcome here. I will get you. I had chills for the rest of the night and couldn't sleep. Fast forward a few months and nothing happens, but I end up with a QT 3.14 strong 4.5, and I tell her all my ghost experience while we're in bed. She starts laughing and saying ghosts aren't real, and I'm full of shit. At that moment, my door clicked and the door flew open like someone kicked it, and it got really cold, and footsteps could be heard walking away from my room. My girlfriend at the time starts freaking out, and I start doing my best Johnny from Night of the Living Dead impersonation. They're coming to get you, Barbara. Mwahaha. That's when the footsteps started coming back towards my room, and I realised, oh fuck, I shouldn't have done that. I get up and shut the door and lock it. After that, things settled down occasionally. My allergies would act up as if there was a cat around. I'm highly allergic to cats, but that's never stopped me from loving them. I'd have the feeling of something curling up next to me in a bed, or a cat meowing outside my bedroom door. After high school graduation, I go back to Copper River Princess Lodge for my third and final season. This is where I experienced the most activity since childhood. The first month is quiet at the hotel, nothing out of the ordinary, until one morning at 3 a.m. I wake up to the sound of someone in my room, which isn't out of the ordinary. I gave 2 room keys to a friend and a girl I was seeing, but when I rubbed the sleep out of my eyes and they adjusted to the dark, I noticed the figure was levitating and I could see through it. It was touching my jackets in my closet and it turned towards me and started moving towards my bed. I threw the blankets over my head and took a small peek out from under the covers. When I saw it, it was just standing there waiting for me to look at it. I covered myself back up and told the figure, "Yo, you're fucking scaring me, please leave." After I said that, the room felt like a weight had been lifted from it. I got a text immediately after from my friend, who we'll call Sanchez. She texts me to meet her in the TV room ASAP. So I get up and get to the TV room, where she explains to me that she had a black figure in her room, flicking her beer can pyramid, and she thought it was me until she realised she could see through it. And he darted at her until she covered her head with a blanket and told her to kindly fuck off. We stayed awake for the rest of the morning, but the entire time something was poking us in the back and ribs, and we could hear a muffled laugh. The next night I get a call from the girl I'm seeing, who we'll call Double D. She worked as a night auditor for the hotel, and she called me crying and freaking out, so I rush over to the lodge to find her hiding behind the front desk, crying. I ask what's wrong, and this is what she tells me. I went to the bar to grab a soda, and I saw the black figure standing near the portraits of the trains and the mines, and I acknowledged it, telling it I'm aware that it's here, and I'm not going to bother you. I'm here for a soda, when it moved closer to me. I didn't see it move. All I did was blink, and it was closer, so I hurried and left, and as I was locking the doors to the bar, it ran into the glass door, and I could see its hand and face on the glass. It was snarling at me and laughing, but it didn't look human. Its face was distorted and missing teeth, and the face looked full of holes. I stayed up with her until she clocked out, and she came and slept in my room. After Double D's recovered mentally from the spirit charging at her in the bar, she realised that we weren't teasing her or trying to scare her. She slept in my room a few times when I was at work and would text me saying, "Something was shaking your bed while I was sleeping," or "I heard footsteps in your room." A few other employees experienced similar occurrences, and one housekeeper even woke up to a figure sitting on her bed, touching her leg. A week goes by after all of this, and my close friend, who we'll call Lugnuts, came to visit me with his fiancée, and his fiancée's friend, before he shipped out to basic training. I didn't tell them about the paranormal activity, and I booked them room 138. This room had more complaints and concerns made to front desk about hearing footsteps, voices, and the light TV turning on and off. I know I'm a dick for setting Lugnuts and his fiancée and her friend up in that room, but I know Lugnuts would be fine and could handle whatever. He was attacked at the age of 15 by a random older gentleman when we were walking his dogs, and he beat up the guy without asking for help, so I knew he would more likely handle the TV turning on and off. When they arrived, we were walking to their room when his fiancée stops and asks, "Who's that little blonde girl peeking out from behind the soda machines?" We all stop to go look, and nothing is there behind the vending machine. Once they situated, we go back to the employee housing and play Cards Against Humanity, until it's time for them to clock out and go to bed. Before Lugnuts goes to bed, I pull him aside and tell him what his fiancée saw was a ghost that walks around the grounds. She's harmless, but she's very curious. He looks at me and says, "Dang flabber OP, why do you always have ghosts and shit around you?" We laugh and I walk them back to their room. Come tomorrow morning, I meet them for breakfast and his fiancée tells me this. "We heard voices in the bathroom. Something grabbed Dreadlock's fiancée's friend by the foot when she was sleeping, and she crawled into bed with us, and on top of that, something kept turning on the TV throughout the night." I come clean and tell them about the blonde girl in the white dress and how she's been seen at the lodge since it opened in the early mid-2000s, and that this ground used to be for Alaskan native tribes until they made a partnership with Princess Touring. After they leave, my co-workers Sanchez and Gerber head to my cousin's for some indulgence of free alcohol and Alaskan-grown marijuana. We share our experiences at the hotel with my cousin, and she mentions this cabin called the Bayless House. It's a real house owned by a family out in the Glen Allen, and my family has ties to that house since the 70s. The next part of the story, I've heard from 4 different family members who lived and babysat at the Bayless house, so please be patient. The first story I've heard from my mom, aunt, and my grandmother who was there for the first story. So my grandmother was babysitting for the family who lived there in the 70s, and everyone knew of this house because it has a bad past involving rape, murder, domestic violence, and people dabbling in voodoo and black magic, whatever you want to call it. And she had just put the baby to sleep and sat in the couch to study. About 5 minutes goes by where she hears a loud scraping and scratching sound coming from upstairs. She panics and runs to open the door when she hears loud banging and then the baby screaming. She can't bust the door down because something is holding it shut. So my grandmother gets a hold of some of the college football players, and it took 5 guys who are 6 foot tall, weighing about 200 pounds each, to break the door down. Once they get in, they see that the 6 foot tall dresser had been dragged in front of the door, and the baby's crib was flipped over and thrown across the room, and the baby was in the closet wrapped up, unharmed. The floor was covered with deep scratch marks from the dresser and baby crib. My grandmother never went back to the Bayless house, and a short while later, the baby had died of a lung disease while it was on the way to the hospital. This second story I've heard multiple times from my mom, grandmother, and my aunt and cousin who were there when this happened. So the Bayless house looks like the cabin from Evil Dead or the cabin in the woods. Only difference is the cabin is 2 stories and has a concrete shelter right outside the front of the house, and a garage the same size as the cabin itself, and the trees are all wrapped around it like the forest is trying to swallow it. Just want to paint you a picture of how evil this place looks. So my cousin and aunt went there with friends when they were fresh out of college and wanted to play with a Ouija board to see if they could get some sort of reply. Well, one of their friends, who we'll call Christ because he was super religious, kept begging them to leave and that they shouldn't be there. The rest of the group ignore her and start asking questions and not really getting a reply, but Christ starts to freak out and is screaming at them to leave. Christ then starts to get a bloody nose and she starts to convulse, and then runs into a corner of the bedroom on the 1st floor. My cousin and aunt and the group go after her and hear her sobbing and speaking in tongues. My cousin goes to reach out and get her when Christ turns around and latches onto my cousin's forearm with her teeth. It took all 6 girls to get Christ off my cousin. Once they got out of the cabin and my cousin got her wounds cleaned, they noticed that the teeth marks were all canine teeth. There were no marks of human teeth to be found in her. Now, Bear and myself wanted to go, and Sanchez said, "Fuck that, I'm not getting possessed." So my cousin have Bear and I directions to go. We drop Sanchez off at the employee housing and drive to the bailiff's house. We pull up and automatically nope the fuck out. We want a bigger group with us just in case. However, we found some abandoned trailers near the Copper Railroad Depot Saloon, CRD for short, and we decide, hey, let's go exploring. But first, let's grab Hockey Stick, co-worker, and Pretty Boy, another co-worker who had really pretty eyes for a guy. So we gather up the group, and the first trailer we go into is all torn apart. Broken windows, cut up beds, knocked out walls, and as we're leaving, Pretty Boy falls into a hole. This hole turned out to be a cellar that someone had built under the trailer. We turn on our flashlights and go in. It's all brick, and there's like a maze under the trailer with empty chambers, and we come into a big room and manage to find a light switch. The light works, but unfortunately it showed us the true use of this cellar. In the room is an old rusty bed frame with a dirty mattress in it, and on each end of the bed there were rusty handcuffs and scratched along the wall along with old dirty underwear on the floor. We all stop and stare at one another. Gerber begins to cry a little, and I feel like the last bit of humanity and sanity in me dies. We all get out of there losing our shit. After we calm down, we go to the second trailer. Better condition, but the furniture is turned over. There's spoiled and rotten food in the fridge and freezer, and Hockey Stick decides, hey, I'm going to throw an M80 into this pot of rotting meat in the freezer. Once it goes off, Hockey Stick is laughing until he opens the freezer and realizes that the rotting meat in the pot was actually a decomposing cat someone had thrown in there and left to die. At this point, we realize there's nothing but sick fucks out here and bad energy. When we get to the third trailer, we agree no more shenanigans. Just get in, explore, and leave, and don't take shit we go in through the window. And once we're all inside, we realize this trailer hasn't been touched since the 1990s. It was like a time capsule in the shape of a trailer. Now clothes and stuff were thrown about, but we split up to go explore. The trailer was a double wide, and we had lots to explore. Bear and I took the master bedroom and the bathroom to the right, while Hockey Stick and Pretty Boy took the back of the trailer. I wish I could tell you what we learned our lesson when it came to touching shit, but we didn't. I found boxes of .308 ammo, which I took because I own firearms. Bear found oxycodone and other pills in the medicine cabinet that had expired. Pretty Boy took videography in college and found a camcorder which he snuck into his backpack. Hockey Stick took vintage hockey cards since he loved hockey. Before we left, we found a photo album and were looking through it, and it looked like an old man and his wife lived there quite some time. Once we left and got back to the employee housing, we passed out for the night. Or so we thought. The entire night I had nightmares of domestic violence, yelling, torture and rape. When the 4 of us met up on a break, I spoke up about my nightmares, and the others had experienced the same nightmares, and even recalled seeing the old man appear a few times. Bear and I collected all the items we took, and we drove back to the trailer around midnight, when the bar a few buildings away was in full swing and would cover any noise we made. Garrett and I sneak back through the window and start putting stuff back. When we meet up again in the living room, we promise no more taking stuff, and that we will honour that promise when we hear something fall in the back of the trailer. We both jumped into each other and made a break for the window, when we both got stuck trying to get out at the same time. We could hear something coming down the hallway at full force, stomping and pounding, when Bear shoved me back into the trailer and jumps out. I stand up thinking, what the fuck, dude? When Bear reached through and yanks me out with one hand and carries me to the car. As we're in the car, we see the blinds shuttering and a light turning on and off, and the window we left open had started to close on its own. We peel out and head home. We promise each other after the bailiff's house, no more exploring. Gare Bear and I get a small group of us to visit the Bayless house. It's Gare Bear, Pretty Boy, Fake ID McGee, Red, and myself. We head down to the Bayless house around 1:30 a.m. Gare and I go over rules with everyone, including no stealing shit, no vandalism, don't antagonize anything that's residing there. We first head into the cellar. Looks more like a concrete bunker from Normandy. There's a giant hole in the ceiling looking up into the kitchen. Now, the cellar isn't really special, and there's been lots of rumours of an old Alaskan native man freezing to death in the winter down there. But from all the people I've asked, they said it wasn't true. I started to do that shave and a haircut knock to see if I'd get a response, and of course, nothing. We finally head into the house and make a salt circle in the middle of the living room. There's a fireplace to our right with 2 plaid and paisley couches facing the opposite wall. There's a giant hole in the room looking into the main bedroom on the first floor. There's stories and reports of people being raped and abused in that room from the previous owners, and across from the bedroom is the kitchen with the gaping hole in the floor. And in between the kitchen and the room is a really steep staircase. The entire time we're walking around and searching Pretty Boy is talking shit the entire time about this shit ain't real. And if this shit was real, then the spirits better stop being a bitch and prove him wrong. The rest of us ignore him or tell him to knock it off. We finally head upstairs, and as the group is making its way through the narrow doorway, when I shine my light into a corner just before the doorway and see a latch on the wall, but it's very low to the ground. So I pull the latch back and a small crawl space is on the other side. I go through it, and it's just big enough for me to stand up in. I'm 5'6", and the passage was roughly about 6 feet tall. I'm walking down this passage when I come to a corner and see a door, so I open it and go through, and it leads out into the closet of the child's room. And as I open the closet door, I scare the hell out of everyone. After letting our pants dry from pissing in them and I'm able to pull my sides out of orbit and regain myself, we find the scrape marks from the crib and dresser, and while everyone is looking at the scrapes and scratches and exploring the secret passage, I start to hear a distant sound of a baby crying. Now, this could be wildlife since we are in the wild, but it sounds almost human-like. After a couple minutes of everyone going back and forth through the passage, we notice Pretty Boy isn't with us. We start searching the house and calling out for him, and no response. After searching the downstairs, we check the cellar, and he's not there. Gare decides to check the garage out, and about 2 minutes go by without any sign of anyone coming out. I get out of the car and head over to the garage and find Gare shining his light on Pretty Boy, and Pretty Boy is standing in a corner holding something saying, "They won't let me leave. They won't let me leave. They won't stop screaming. They won't let me leave." Gare gets closer to try and see if he can help him to the car, but Pretty Boy jumps back and starts shouting, "I can't leave. Why won't you listen? They're showing me what I did to her. I can't leave." After calming Pretty Boy down, we get him to let go of what he's holding. And it's a vintage 1970s Scooby-Doo lunchbox. When Pretty Boy lets go, we usher him back to the car where he shoves us and bolts into the house. Gare and I run in after him, and as we run inside, Pretty Boy throws us into the salt circle and demands we stay there. Gare and I sit there dazed and confused and possibly shitting our pants to the brim, when Pretty Boy walks into the bedroom with a hole in the wall and starts speaking to something. He starts having a conversation that went like this, along with his voice changing to a woman's and really deep, almost not human, and back to his voice. "Okay, I came in here like you said. Now please stop showing me this. Why are you doing this? Please, it's not my fault. Oh God, please get away from me. Why would you do that to her? She was just a child. Fucking please stop. I'm sorry." Gare and I finally went out of the salt circle and pulled Pretty Boy into the salt circle and held him and started calming him down. Fake ID McGee and Red came in and helped us get Pretty Boy to the car. While we were driving back, Gare and Red start checking PB's eyes and see if he took any drugs that would cause him to hallucinate, but apparently he didn't take anything that night or the night before, and that's when Gare Bear asks PB what he meant by, "I didn't mean to do that to her." He told us that when he was in college, he was fooling around with a girl when they were drunk, but she passed out, and he continued to have his way with her, and he ended up hurting her really bad. When we get back to the employee housing, we agree to not talk about what happened. Unfortunately, Gare Bear's sister and her boyfriend, DJ Fuckhead, caught wind of what happened and decided to ask PB to take him to the house, when PB snapped and grabbed DJ Fuckhead by the scruff of his shirt and lifted him off the ground and told him to fuck off. The following day, I ask PB if he's alright, and he politely but firmly tells me to go fuck myself. Later that night, roughly 1 AM, a red truck comes speeding into employee housing when GBS, PB, DJ Fuckhead, Fake ID McGee, and another employee who we'll call Girl 1 jumped out of the truck screaming and crying, so GB, Red, Sanchez and myself go over to see what's wrong. GBS and DJ Fuckhead start to tell us what happened. They were talking about the Bayless house when PB was in earshot when something in him snapped and he grabbed DJ Fuckhead by his shirt again and demanded that Fuckhead drives him back. Fuckhead explained that his eyes were almost completely black and his face seemed to morph a little into someone else's, like an older man's face. Fuckhead agreed to take him as long as GBS and Girl 1 could go, and PB told him more the merrier before smiling sinisterly and walking off. Fake ID McGee tagged along because he was worried and figured if PB snapped, he could help Fuckhead take him down. So they went to the Bayless house and PB hopped out of the moving car and ran inside yelling, "I'm back!" Fake ID and Fuckhead told Girl 1 and GBS to stay in the truck while they go get PB. When Fake ID and Fuckhead ran in, PB yelled from the bedroom to stay the fuck in the salt circle and don't fucking leave. While they were in the salt circle, they felt the room getting ice cold when they heard what sounded like class on the hardwood floor circling the salt circle, and they saw breath start to appear where they heard the claws and started to hear a growl, when they heard PB's voice start to change from a woman's to a man's to a very deep demonic voice. All of a sudden, they heard the girls in the truck start to scream and then the truck peeling out. Fake ID and Fuckhead ran out of the house and down the road to the gas station, where they found the girls screaming and crying. Once GBS regained herself, she explained that she heard something knocking the shave and a haircut on the truck, then a laugh, and when she looked in the rearview mirror, she saw an emaciated face start to grin at her. Then the lips peeled back to where all you see was jagged, decaying teeth and a dark red or purple gums. Then the face started to get black holes where black smoke poured out. And then it began to laugh them and knock louder and harder when they sped down to the gas station. And when they jumped out, that a gust of wind blew out from inside the truck. Then a demonic laugh could be heard. PB came walking out towards the truck with a smug look on his face and didn't say a word while they drove back. After we heard their story, we noticed PB was missing, and so was Girl 1. Luckily, someone spotted them by the smoke shack, so GB and I ran over, confronting BB and got Girl 1 away from him. PB had something in his hand and started naming off a bunch of people, which included one of my aunts, uncles and grandmother, and a few of their friends. People I never mentioned to him. I flashed PB my 38 and told her to hand over whatever it is he had. PB threw a booklet at me and he almost instantly collapsed and passed out once it left his hand. While GB and Girl 1 were checking PB, I opened the booklet and saw every person he named off, including my family members. I checked each picture back and front to see if they had names written on them, and some surprised nothing was written on them. We get PB to his room and we show our small group what he had, and that most of, if not all these people, had some ties to the Bayless house. Hockeystick thought we were just fucking with him and that we were all on drugs. So I grabbed the booklet and tell Hockeystick GB and I will take him to the Bayless house and let him take it back, and so Hockeystick agrees. We park at the gas station and tell Hockeystick to put it back in the child's room on the second floor, and he agrees. 30 seconds later, Hockeystick comes running out of the woods yelling for us to start the fucking car. He slides across the hood of the Honda Civic and Dukes of Hazzard style jumps in through his window and explains that he was walking to the stairs when a black figure slid from out of the bedroom towards him. Then another one appeared out of the kitchen and they chased him out of the door laughing. He also told us he looked for the salt circle, but there was no sign of it. My wife and I have a black cat named Shade, and our home is pretty dark even during the day, especially in the hallway. 2 days ago, I was about to leave the bathroom, opened the door and turned the light off. I glanced down and saw my dog standing there looking at me, and I saw movement in front of her on the floor and saw what looked like my cat walking through the dark hallway towards her. There were a few little spots of light and I saw him in those, clearly. I turned to get my phone from the counter and left the bathroom, went to the end of the hall to my bedroom and opened the door. My cat was laying on the bed next to my wife. My wife and I sleep during the day as we work at night, and yesterday I was headed to bed. My wife was already laying in bed and the bedroom light was off. The room was barely lit up by the sun outside, barely coming in through our black curtains. When I went into the room, my wife asked if Shade was in the bedroom and I said I didn't know. She called for him and then said, "There he is," and pointed to the hall just outside of our open bedroom door. The hall was dark, of course, and I couldn't see his little black ass, so I said, "Where?" She said, "Right there, sitting in the hall, just on the other side of the door." I kept looking and straining to see in the dark, but couldn't see anything. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw him walking in front of our bed. I said, "He's right there." She said, "I still see him in the hall." I turned on my phone's flashlight and shined it in the doorway, and nothing was there. We've really got to get out of this place. September 2020. I was taking my wife to work as I did almost every night of the week. On the way, we drove through this little country town of Raleigh near Oxford, Ohio. On the road there's a big hill going down into the town. We had been that way a ton of times, so we knew all of the little landmarks, trees, road signs, mailboxes, etc. Right behind the big green sign that said we were in Raleigh, there was a man standing there on the side of the road, looking our way. Because he was something out of the ordinary, I quickly looked over and got a good look at him for the brief second I had before we passed by. At that same time, my wife saw him, and she said before I could, "Ong, did you see that?" I asked her what she saw, and she told me exactly what I saw. He was a Civil War soldier, and he was not a person in costume. She said she saw a detailed face, but I didn't. For starters, he was mostly white and glowing, like my headlights were really lighting him up, but they weren't shining directly on him, and he was bright. I was drawn to his face because of what I saw. It was just a blank, white, glowing area. He had his right leg up on the slight hill on the road and had his rifle in his hand, holding it to the ground like a cane. He had a kepi hat on, and it seemed like he wasn't just white, but shades of light grey, though glowing white. And that was it. We purposefully drove that way every night after, until she lost her job because of the pandemic, just hoping to see him again, but we never did. I wanted to stop by at the house near where he was, to ask them if they had ever seen him, or if maybe they had a costume from the Civil War, and they were just hanging out freaking people out. Though I'm not sure how they would have pulled off the glowing and faceless appearance, but I haven't yet and probably never will. Oh yeah, the other cemetery in Raleigh is where one guy who was not known for telling any tales, let alone tall ones, told my dad once that he drove by and saw a werewolf there. The whole area is creepy. My eldest could talk before she could walk. As a toddler, she always got excited when we invited people over for a party. One particular July 4th family gathering, when her godfather made his usual appearance, she was so excited to see him that she ran to him yelling, "Uncle Tony, Uncle Tony." Her loud screeches of delight caught my attention, but I wondered who she was yelling for. I saw my brother-in-law scoop her up in his arms. I saw the whole exchange. But who was Uncle Tony? When I caught my husband's attention, I asked, "Who's Uncle Tony?" He answered in a flat tone, "Chucky." I must have had quite a confused look on my face, because he quickly explained that his brother, who we always called Chucky, Rachel's uncle who was holding her now, had a name the family never used. "His name is Anthony," he said, He was named after my father. He's the only one who called him Tony. Now, at this point, I had known my brother-in-law for more than 10 years. I even worked with him a couple of years in the same office. And I never once heard Chucky called Anthony or Tony for that matter. I walked over to Rachel and Chucky and asked if he had told her his real name. He answered no. Why would I? To this day, she still calls him Uncle Tony. She's the only one in the family that does. Her grandfather told her this well-kept family secret. After all, he was the one who had given his first son his name. But there was only one problem with the idea. Grandad had been dead for over 40 years. This happened about 5 years ago while I was still at high school. My family lived about 15 kilometres out of town on a dairy farm in rural New Zealand. My sisters and I had to catch a bus every morning to get to school. On this particular morning, there was a strange light mist over the entire landscape, but it was early in the morning and the mist seemed to be clearing. Me and my sisters had an uneasy feeling and the air was uncomfortably still. About 10 minutes into standing on the roadside waiting for the school bus, I noticed a weird figure about 300 metres away between two very tall hedges. It was very tall and thin and was black all over with no visible features besides arms, legs and a head. The hedges it was standing between are around 5 metres tall and the creature was about half as tall, which is insane. I told my sisters and they both looked, but only one of them could see it. After about 5 minutes of watching the creature, my sister turned away and at that moment, the thing leapt off the road and into the hedge. Not long after that, the bus came, but the whole experience spooked me and my sister for a long time. Anyone have any ideas what this could be? I was probably 8 or 9 at the time of the first dream. It was short, but at the time was the worst nightmare I'd ever had. It started with me walking down the narrow hallway of our house towards the bathroom. To set the scene, the walls had a dark wood panelling about halfway up and light wallpaper the rest of the way. The hallway was short and in kind of an L shape with the bathroom straight ahead at the end and my sister's room to the left of the bathroom door. It must have been set in the late evening as the lighting in the hallway and bathroom was dim natural light. I walked down the hallway and into the bathroom, turning to the left and starting to wash my hands in the sink. I then looked up at myself in the mirror and noticed something behind me. I turned around and there was a young girl about the same height as me at the time. She had pale, almost grey skin in the dim light and was wearing a blue dress with white lacy bits on the front. She also had blonde hair, but the creepiest parts were her eyes. I immediately was drawn into her eyes, which seemed too big for her face. They were a crazy deep blue colour, but she had no pupils, and the blue of her iris took up her entire eye. They were so endlessly deep that I couldn't look away. Then I woke up, panting in a cold sweat. The whole dream only lasted about 30 seconds, but the memory has been burned into my mind. Since then, the girl has appeared in my dreams multiple times, often in reflections or hiding behind things, but never again a close encounter. My dreams also always seem to end not long after she appears. The house itself was creepy, and there were a few strange occurrences that could be connected, though I doubt it. Namely, one night I heard a small whimpery scream really late at night. My sister's room joined onto mine through a short door that we kept locked most of the time, so I assumed it was just one of them. However, the next morning at breakfast, they asked me if I had screamed in the night because it woke all 3 of them up. A dear friend of mine invited my family and me to her wedding in a small little town pretty far from the city. Although I felt laziness about going, it's almost a 4-hour drive. I knew we were just a few guests and I couldn't pass. I also thought that the wonderful landscape and amazing weather for the swimming pool would make it worth it. My partner and daughters didn't know this part of the country, and I wanted to show them an amazing waterfall and an old castle on the way. The castle had become a hotel for years, but I didn't know if it was still working. Anyway, we prepared our luggage, great music, and left. The trip was long, and despite the beautiful landscape, we were all getting tired. Night fell, and I felt quite disappointed since we wouldn't be able to see the waterfalls. In fact, there was soon nothing left to see but the road in front of us. After a while, I recognized some places. A little town, a bridge. I knew we were getting near the castle and wanted to show them. Finally, after a closed curve of the road, I saw it. All the lights were on, and the castle sparked to our left for the moments we had it on sight. My partner asked where it was, but I was afraid he might just take the eyes off the poorly lit road, so I told him to go on. My youngest daughter said, "Great, it's open. Can we stop for a while when we're coming back? Because right now, it would freak me out." Of course, I said yes. The castle had many legends of hauntings and paranormal activities, and my younger kid didn't like the idea of going at night since she had many different experiences and didn't want anything weird to get stuck with us, in her own words. The oldest kept quiet, but since she is on these awful teenage years and she was tired, I didn't pay much attention to it. The lights had disappeared behind the trees, but I was sure there was a party or something going on, and it meant they kept on receiving guests and we could enjoy something nice at their restaurant on our way back. We finally arrived to our destination, a hotel of a small town, just occupied by the wedding party. 2 days there and it was time to come back. We left early since the kids had school the next day, and we preferred enjoying the sight of the landscape and not just the night. I asked my partner to stop by the castle, and so he did when we were close to it. We went there, enthusiastic, but the more we approached, the more we could notice it had been unoccupied for a while. Some walls were falling, dusty construction materials on the edge of the castle. It was probably being repaired, but some way, shortness of money or any other reason, had made them stop for a while. It was empty. There was no one nor nothing there but the old walls. Electricity didn't work, and plants had invaded the empty swimming pool. My little one and myself were stunned, but there was plenty of light in the windows 2 days ago. My older daughter finally said, "I thought you were joking. I didn't see a thing." The layers of dust on the floors were proof that nobody had been around for a while. Still, my youngest and I know what we've seen. Lights in every window. My mum and I went to take dinner to my dad at work, and during that time my brother and his then girlfriend had moved back in with us. Anyways, my mum and I had just gotten home, so we went through the garage. When you walked into the garage, you would walk into the dining room, and to the left of that was the kitchen and living room. On the kitchen counter, we had an aquarium with turtles, the kind you can buy at the pet store or swap meet. Anyways, we get home, and my mom and I walk into the living room, and she sits down, she asks, "Who's that girl?" I didn't see anyone when we walked in, so I asked, "What girl?" And she said, "The blonde girl that was playing with the turtles." Again, there was no one there. My brother and his girlfriend were in their room, so I guess my mom thought that there was a friend of theirs. I told my mom that there was no one there. She looked horrified and insisted that she saw a blonde girl looking at the aquarium with the turtles. She turned and smiled at my mom. My mom assumed it was my brother or his girlfriend's friend. But there was no one there. At that point, I laughed and asked my mom, "So you still don't believe me when I tell you this house is haunted?" She looked shocked and scared and made me go double check, and there still wasn't anyone there. The next day, she asked my brother if they had company, and he said no. She finally started to believe after several years. Hi, I have a story from a couple years back, maybe 2016. I was younger then, so I don't remember too well. I'm 13 now. So some information before the story. My house is very small. It's a 3-bedroom, 1.5 bath. We have a carpet door which leads into the kitchen. The front door which leads into our dog room, and a back door that leads into the living room. The living room has a hallway where on the right is my room and my brother's room. On the left is my parents' room and the full bathroom. The half bath is in my parents' room. We have a camera in the kitchen dining room that can see the hallway and living room fully. And our house was built around 1902. So one day, my mom was browsing the camera on her phone. I don't remember why. But as she was looking, she saw this orb that was in the dining room, like at the edge of the table, and it followed my mom into her room. It was a tiny white orb. She was shocked and called me and my brother so we could see. My brother is 3 years younger than me. I saw it and was pretty scared. Even though I've never had any ghosts in our house, we have never harmed or intentionally scared us. They are pretty peaceful. The second last story is when one day I stayed up later than usual. It was around 1 a.m. I enjoy sleeping a lot, so it was unusual for me to be up around that time. But I felt very paranoid and had pretty bad chills, and I could just feel the tension in my body, almost like I knew there was an entity in my house at the moment. And that feeling was there for at least 20 minutes prior to it happening. All of a sudden, I hear a cup fall out of the cabinet in the kitchen. The cabinets don't open easily, so no air could have opened it and make a cup fall. Also, we don't open windows in our house. Like, there's no reason behind it. But we just don't like to have windows open, so there was no wind. Now with some bad news. While the past couple of days were pretty silent, last night was terrible. I had that unsettling feeling for most of the night before we went to bed, so I knew something was going to happen. When we were in bed before we went to sleep, my girlfriend joked around that she was possessed by a demon and kept making this really creepy grin, like one where you're smiling ear to ear but your eyes are wide open. I could tell she was joking, but still a little creepy. After that, she told me the ghost in her dreams said I was cheating on her. I definitely am not. We've been dating 3 years and I would never do that to her. So apparently this ghost is a home wrecker. While that's not necessarily creepy, just annoying that a ghost is trying to break us up. Things picked up when she went to sleep. It started with this loud booming sound, sort of like a big truck driving by your window with the rhythmic beat of the engine. At first, that's what I thought it was. The window in our bedroom is right over a street where it's not rare for a big truck to drive by, but this booming never stopped. There wasn't a single point where this noise was coming from. No matter where I looked, the volume of the boom never changed. Throughout the entire night, it never stopped, never got louder, never changed the rhythm, just kept beating. Normally, I would easily be able to write this off and just fall asleep, but about 30 minutes after my girlfriend fell asleep, she started talking again. At first, she looked like she was having a pleasant conversation. She held out her hand for what looked like a handshake and started giggling. After that, I could hear her bring up my name in the incoherence of her sleep talk, so I thought, maybe she's talking to me in her dream. Nope. After a little more of the conversation went on, she looked at me with her eyes open and said, "We're talking about you," and started giggling, then passed right back out. This creeped me out a lot, reminding me of the first night at the lake house. After such a spook, there was only one thing I could do: fall deep into a YouTube rabbit hole. I put my AirPods in. I could still hear the booming, but a little more muffled, and pulled up a video. About another half hour goes by and my girlfriend is talking again. This conversation seems a little more serious, as she's not giggling and her tone had changed. After about a minute of talking, she sits up in bed and does just about the worst thing I could imagine. She crawls over to my side of the bed, crouches down on the floor, points under the bed, looks directly into my eyes and says, "There's men moving around under there." She just got back into bed and fell asleep like nothing happened. About an inch away from needing to change my pajama pants, I shake her awake and say, "What did you mean by that?" She looked really confused and said she had no clue what I was talking about. I said, "Please tell me you're joking. You don't remember a thing? You just pointed under the bed and said there are men moving under there." She immediately looks horrified and says, "I have no clue what you're talking about. Quit scaring me." It took a bit longer for her to fall asleep after that, and I turned my phone flashlight on for the remainder of the night. Not much happened after that. There was another point where she held her hand out for a handshake and mumbled something, but no conversation that time. She left at about 7:30 this morning, but after saying goodbye, I immediately got back into bed and passed out. When I woke up again around 10:30, I felt this completely overwhelming sadness that had me on the verge of tears. Even in that moment when you first wake up and you can't remember a single thing about your day, I still felt that sadness. Of course, I love and miss my girlfriend with all of my heart, but she was only going to be gone a couple of days, and even when we would take separate trips, neither of us get this world-ending feeling. It genuinely felt like the world had gone grey and the only thing I could do was cry. Luckily, I was able to push through this feeling, give my pets breakfast and take my dog out to potty. Not even 30 seconds of being outside and the feeling was completely gone. Again, I miss my girlfriend a lot and still feel that, but not to the point of mental breakdown. It seems like activity is picking up again, and the men moving under the bed definitely seem to miss my girlfriend too. Seeing as they are already trying to break us up and now I'm alone at the apartment with them, I'm pretty terrified. I might go get some sage to smudge the apartment later today. After some research and talking to some helpful, I've come to the conclusion that I'm gonna fight it. I've been a skeptic my entire life and thought 99% of hauntings have some sort of rational explanation. There may be for what I'm going through as well. But if the truth is really this far out, I don't see why a solution couldn't be as equally far out. My plan is to go all Doctor Strange on it. I'm going to meditate until I can visualize whatever it is and use some lucid dream style superpowers to kick it out. Again, I never believed in anything like this before, but if this does happen to be real, then I don't see why going spirit world Kung Fu Panda can't work. Even if nothing happens, that just means it's probably a lack of sleep, among other rational explanations. And if it does, then it means I've killed a demon using psychic powers, so that's not really a downside. My girlfriend went to visit her family, but I stayed behind to work because we're broke college students. For some reason, every time my girlfriend leaves the apartment, the activity picks up to a whole new level. It started once the sun started to set, an uneasy feeling that I wasn't alone. Slight things kept happening before the sun completely set, like the occasional knock on the wall or a cold spot, which was weird because my AC is broken and the temperature was 76 Fahrenheit, or 25 Celsius in my apartment. I was sitting on my couch, which is positioned right next to the door to my balcony. The bottom of the door has this layering underneath to protect from heavy rain getting under the door, and it makes a pretty loud scraping sound whenever the door moves. Every 5 minutes or so, I would hear the door get tugged or pushed in its frame. At this point, I already know what's coming once it gets dark out, so I mentally prepare for the night ahead. Just as expected, activity increased dramatically as soon as the sun set. The first sign was the poking. The cold spots were getting more and more frequent, and some were accompanied by tugs on my shirt, poking my legs or chest, and the occasional brushing on my arm. I was too tired to really do much about it, so I just chilled out through this, until my cat, who was previously napping in the bedroom, came into the living room. As soon as she walked out, she looked straight into the corner of the room next to the couch and got immediately into defense mode. All the hairs on her back stood up and she started growling or hissing at what seemed to be the air. Now my cat is sweet as can be, and the only time she ever meows or growls is when my dog is chasing her around the apartment and she feels threatened. I've never seen her go on the attack before, as she usually just turns tail and hides whenever she feels threatened. That's why when she full sprint charged at the corner and started trying to claw through the wall, I was a bit surprised. Just a couple seconds later, I heard what can only be described as a cat screaming and she bolted back into the bedroom to hide. She did this a few times, coming out, growling, charging at the wall and running away screaming before she came up with a new strategy. Throughout this, I think she just noticed I was just chilling and eventually gave up on the attack. She laid down on a chair that was towards the middle of the room and started tracking it. I have a couple videos of her tracking this thing that I'll post on my profile. Whatever it was could move fast, and it wasn't limited to the ground. At this point, I was seeing little orbs of light or flashes flying around the room. Most happened in the corner of my eyes, but I saw a few head on. All the orbs of light were very small and would move a short distance before disappearing. Now, it was about 1 AM at this point, so it could be from the potential hallucinations due to being tired. But the previous few nights I got 7 hours of sleep or more, so I wasn't super sleep deprived or anything. After a particularly loud bang on the wall near my head, I decided enough was enough and I had to leave for a bit. Previously I told it to leave, but I never saw orbs of light or bangs this loud and definitely didn't want to piss it off. I took a quick midnight Taco Bell trip to wash my fears away with a Barja Blast, giving me time to calm myself down before going back in. Walking back into the room felt like the meme from Community where Troy brings the pizza into the burning apartment. My cat sprints over to me in the door and immediately goes to attack the thing. Apparently it was under the table next to the couch, while I saw 3 orbs fly through the air within just a few seconds of me walking back in. Seeing as whatever it was just playing with my cat and hadn't hurt me so far, I just walked back to the couch with my Taco Bell and started playing some games on my laptop as a distraction. After a couple more minutes, I remembered I wanted proof. This was when I decided to start filming. My cat had retreated back to her chair and was just tracking this thing everywhere. As you'll see in the video, it appears that there were a few times it runs right over to me. Almost every time that happened, I would instantly feel colder. About 10 minutes after the last video was taken, I became incredibly tired out of the blue. I could barely keep my eyes open and almost fell asleep on the couch a few times before I decided it would be best to go to my room, away from whatever this was. As soon as I sat up to get off the couch, there was a huge bang on the glass table next to me. I was too tired to care at all, and I knew this spooky fella was all bark, so I went to my room anyway. My cat followed quickly and acted as my personal bodyguard. She sat on my chest and would start pawing at the air at whatever it got was too close. After a short while, I somehow fell asleep. It's now the next morning and my girlfriend is debating on staying at her family's house a little longer, as her best childhood friend is visiting their hometown in a couple of days as well. If that's just night 1, then I'm not sure I'm ready for what else is to come. I know this sounds like a cliche monster under the bed, but hear me out. This has been happening since like 4 years we moved to this house. The thing is, I usually sleep with my legs facing west, but last night I thought of switching the directions, so now I'm sleeping with my legs facing east. After about a minute later, I felt a scratching under my pillow. I didn't mind at first, but then it got annoyingly loud and it was constant. It felt like something was inside my pillow and scratching it, right below my head. But the sound felt like it was scratching wood. So naturally, I got up and checked it out, but there was nothing. Not a scratch under my bed. I thought I might just be making this up in my head or was something because it was late and I was exhausted. After a few minutes, when I was kind of like in half sleep, I began dreaming about my day. I don't know how or who, but someone tapped in my shoulder in my dream state, and I moved my hand in a jerkingly manner. It was like those sudden jerks that happen in the night. It happened about 2 or 3 times, and my body started itching. Then I switched the direction, again, legs to the west, and it was fine thereafter. I've experienced scratching many times, but last night it was just too much. I can't really think if it was a paranormal experience or not, but I have experienced strange dreams before. The dreams I had last night were strange enough because it had people that I never knew. Could someone explain this? This happened in 2016, when I accompanied my paternal uncle to Goddess Vindhyavasini temple, located in Uttar Pradesh, one of the major Shakitpith, seat of the goddess in India. My aunt had been stuck in labour for quite a while, and someone suggested that she may have fallen victim to a tantric ritual called bandhan, binding, that causes delay in childbirth. My uncle knew a priest in the temple who was considered to be adept in occult sciences and had reached out to him for help. We met the priest, who was dressed in a modest saffron robe and had an air of humbleness around him. I could not even suspect anything that was about to happen in the next few hours. He confirmed that someone had done a Masani Kriya, graveyard ritual, on my aunt, and if not reversed within time, it could end up in miscarriage or even death. We were horrified and couldn't believe what we were being told, but he assured that she could be saved provided we started the yagya, ceremonial fire, and other rituals on time. So, on the banks of the river Ganges, he lit a ceremonial fire and asked us to keep putting oblations into the fire when told. The ritual went on for quite a while, when the strangest thing I've ever experienced in my life happened. Suddenly, scores of subhuman creatures started coming from nowhere and began sitting around us in a circle. I cannot describe exactly how they looked, but all of them were stunted and had deformed legs or hands, with pus oozing out of their wounds. They looked very similar to humans, but there was something otherworldly about them that I can't put my finger upon. Now, my uncle is a very serious and grumpy guy, you know the kind, and with the situation at hand, he wasn't in a good mood that day. I could see he thought that those creatures were beggars and was about to tell them to bugger off, but the priest, who seemed unfazed by the bizarre situation, put a finger on his lips and gestured to him to remain quiet. As the ritual was about to end, the creatures disappeared as strangely as they had arrived. After the ritual ended, the priest asked for a bit of time to dispose the residue of the yagya into the Ganges. Meanwhile, my uncle toured the entire temple to find out where those creatures could have gone, but in vain. When the priest returned, I asked him about what we had just seen. He explained that the spirits that were being used to torment our aunt had arrived to distract us from our ritual. Like humans, they were also attached to the earth and do not want to cross over. Had one of us reacted or got up from our place, the ritual would have failed and our aunt would be doomed. This is the reason he had gestured us to remain calm. Curiosity arose in my mind and I asked, "Have you ever seen God?" "No, but I have seen the devil," he said. I was bewildered to hear this because, apart from the obvious vision of the devil himself, Satan is predominantly a Christian spirit and the priest was an Orthodox Hindu. Moreover, the concept of Satan, Lucifer, Shaitan does not exist in Hinduism. Before I became a priest, I was a vamachari, left-hand tantric, and had once got a chance to perform a ritual in an abandoned Christian graveyard. The specifics of the ritual are arcane, but you have to write a mantra on a piece of paper and make a wick out of it. The wick is then placed in an oil lamp and set alight. During midnight, 11 rounds of the mantra are to be recited in the graveyard while the wick is burning. Now, these demons do not like anyone trying to gain power over them and will do anything possible to distract from the ritual. Sometimes you'll see maidens wearing diaphanous garments strutting around the graveyard and hear their anklets tinkling. At other times, you'll hear the voices of your family screaming for help, babies crying, and other hallucinations. If you sit steadfast, perform the ritual for 21 continuous days and not get distracted, the prince of demons, Satan himself, comes on the last day and begs for the oil left in the lamp. I'd describe Satan as being black, extremely hairy with horns, and walks with his hands and feet to the ground like an animal. He also makes a ho-ho sound. This part is extremely treacherous, since it's a trap laid out by Satan to distract the practitioner. You have to give the oil to Satan, after which Satan will tempt you to ask for anything you want. If at this point you ask for anything, be it riches, women, or what have you, or refuse to give you the oil, you are doomed and will have to suffer from lunacy throughout the remainder of your miserable life. The only acceptable request is to ask Satan to leave you alone, so you can complete your ritual in peace. Once the ritual is complete, you'll gain the ability to exorcise any demon with ease. Suddenly, my uncle's mobile rang. It was the midwife calling to inform that his son had been delivered safely. I wish I could tell you that attacks on my aunt ceased after this event. They didn't. In the years that followed, my uncle would sometimes find pieces of dog bones tightly wrapped in red cloth scattered around the precarious corners of the house.